All right, thanks, Brian. I'd like to welcome everybody to the September 3rd meeting of the Broadband Task Force. And I really appreciate everybody that's attending. I appreciate the task force members. And Brian, I guess we'll do a roll call and then I'll turn it over to my co-chair and he can give a few words if you'd like, and then we'll roll into the agenda.
Senator Cost.
Here.
Senator Schuler.
Here.
Representative Duncan.
Excused.
Representative Yin.
Here.
Canyon Hardesty.
Here.
Barbara Sessions.
Here.
Lauren Scholdfeld.
Here.
Co-Chairman Furphy.
Here.
Co-Chairman Summers.
Here. I'll just give a quick plug. You know, obviously I've been a big proponent in how we get broadband around the state. And even though, you know, I know we're making progress, there's still places in Wyoming that don't have good internet. I'm one of them. So if I fade out and phase out, Senator Furphy, just take over for me because I may lose a signal. And so I think it's really important that we, the legislature and the citizens of the state, keep the idea of broadband and quality broadband high on our priority list, and anything we can do as a committee to promote that, to ensure that state government and providers are going down that road. I think it's a benefit for all. So, Senator Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of issues. First of all, I want to thank the working group that got together and did a very good job, came up with some very innovative and great ideas. So thank you, working group, for taking the time to do that. Then secondly, Mr. Chairman, I think it's important now that broadband is becoming a priority at the federal level. It's nice to hear debates going on about infrastructure and including a lot of discussions on broadband. So I think that's very important. So that's all I'll say and turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. With that, what we're going to do now on agenda item number 2 is the work group report, Dig Once policy. And so what I'm going to do is have Brian kind of give an overview of what the subcommittee work group did and the recommendations they came up with, and then Chairman Yin of that subgroup will kind of give a little report, and then I'll ask maybe other members of that subcommittee their thoughts. But so Brian, I'll start with you, and then we'll move to Rep Yin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Task force members, just one note, I guess, before I dive into this, and that is, you know, everything that I report is the opinion or the recommendation of the working group and not me or LSO. So just throw that caveat out there. The working group covered 2 primary issues. First, looking at and considering the Dig Once policy of WYDOT, and then a broader discussion about other ideas that the task force may wish to consider for broadband development and to help spur development, particularly during the period of time that the ARPA funds are available for expenditure. For Dig Once, the working group discussed issues with impeding competition and the development of broadband access, and particularly issues with what may end up being unacceptable delays during the ARPA window if Dig Once is strictly applied or construed during that time. The working group also noted the possibility of increased costs and reduced development during this window of opportunity for expansion. And one recommendation that came from the working group for this particular area is using ARPA funds for a mapping project that would provide a clear and accurate inventory of all of the conduits that are currently along rights of way, along public roads. And that by having this clear map, that could help inform when and where a dig once policy may be most appropriate. In terms of other ideas that the working group discussed, this list is in no particular order. I think it may be in the order that the task or the working group discussed them, but I don't think they connote any sort of preference or order of desirability among the members of the working group. So the first idea discussed was potentially using ARPA funds for an incentive to encourage those who own private water and sewer lines, I think mainly irrigation and drainage districts, that are currently excluded from the requirements of the one call notification system, using an incentive to encourage them to voluntarily participate in that program and report their underground facilities to the notification center. So when broadband developers go out, there's a higher likelihood that they're going to know where those underground water lines and sewer lines are. The next idea that was discussed is in the broadband development program, expanding the eligible governmental entities that can participate in that program to include all special districts, rather than improvement and service districts, which are the only special district that are currently authorized in statute for that program. And the working group just noted that expanding the potential orbit of governmental entities could increase the possibility that those funds may be expended on broadband projects. The next idea discussed was transferring any interest that is accrued in the broadband development sub-account. And that was the sub-account, I believe, is where the $10 million for the broadband development program was deposited back in 2018 when that bill was enacted. The recommendation is to move or transfer that interest to the business council for use by the broadband coordinator. In that initial 2018 bill that was enacted, there was a $350,000 appropriation to the business council for purposes of the work of the broadband coordinator and the broadband advisory council. So the recommendation would be to transfer any accrued interest that hasn't been obligated or expended back to the business council for those purposes. The next recommendation discussed was establishing a program or authorizing or tasking an agency to purchase fiber through a bulk allocation process. And the primary genesis of that discussion came from concerns about the supply chain and being able to obtain enough fiber and supply to be able to complete these projects within the window that ARPA funds would be available. The next recommendation was using a portion of the broadband development sub-account funds as matching grants or as matching funds for federal or other grants that may be available. There was discussion about how currently there's several federal programs that would require a 15% match to access those federal funds. And the working group saw that as a potential opportunity to basically make the state dollars go further and expand the possible reach of that appropriation for the broadband development program. The figure that was discussed was setting aside $1.5 to $2 million of that sub-account balance, which I believe is well over $10 million now, for those grant matches. The next recommendation was establishing some sort of loan program. A loan guarantee was what was specifically discussed, but establishing a loan guarantee program for broadband projects that may go through the broadband development program. And this would be a similar concept to other business council programs, for example, the challenge loan program that currently utilizes the loan guarantee option. And then the final recommendation that was discussed in the working group was providing additional staffing for that broadband program. One position to assist with grant applications and another to help with outreach efforts with broadband providers and other industry folks. Finally, Mr. Chairman, members of the task force, the final item of discussion was a direction from you regarding 22 LSO 54 and some language regarding prioritizing an applicant who shows that they can minimize certain negative impacts, and whether that should remain in that bill draft or not. The working group came to the decision that they would recommend that that language should be removed from that bill draft, and I can highlight that again when we go through the bill draft later.
All right, thank you, Brian. I appreciate it. And so, Representative Yin, if you could, as the chair of that subcommittee, if you could kind of go through what maybe you thought the priorities were. Obviously, we drafted a bill. The idea of the bill is just to sit there as a vehicle. It's really not, I have concerns with some of them, but I think the idea was to get some stuff out there so we could look at. And so, Representative Yin, maybe I'll start with you, and if you could talk a little bit about what you talked about and the priorities in that list that you saw.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think Brian gave a very accurate overview of the recommendations from the working group. I would say that with the did once policy, I mean, I think it is a good policy for us to be efficient with money overall. However, because we don't have the mapping in place, I think that needs to be a first step before we implement any such policy, plus the tight window of making sure that we use ARPA funds in a responsible manner means that the priority of being able to deploy quicker took effect more over the priority of a dig once policy for at least right now. But I do think that we should look over it in the future again. When it comes to the list of ideas, we basically, as a working group, went over each of these ideas. I think the ideas that there are a couple that are very easy to implement and don't require any funding, and I think those just make sense to just do automatically. The priorities, so some of these ideas came from each of us, and so I don't particularly want to say any of them are bad ideas, but I think all of them are good for us to just look over, voice any concern or opinion on any of them, and dispose of if we don't think that it makes sense for us to do them. I do think, especially for the getting mapping on irrigation and drainage lines, that's very useful in just reducing the cost of a provider having to do it. And then if they dig into something where they didn't think that there was anything and there happened to be anything, and then having to resolve that after the fact, instead of having the preventative measure of having a map in there in the first place, I think that's probably a good priority and probably one of the most innovative that's on the list. And I think especially if we're trying to do mapping for our highways and for more irrigation districts, I think we do need to consider the additional staffing portion, just to make sure that workload on the business council is actually doable, instead of us having a backlog of tasks that we assign them and then them not having any ability to do it. So I think overall, again, the working group did great. And I think Brian also did a great job of helping the working group and presenting the report during this meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Yin. So I think I'll turn it over to Senator Schuler. I believe Senator Schuler was on that work group, and see if she has any thoughts, and then maybe I'll go to Barbara and then Ryan Kudrow last.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I obviously, I think Brian did a really good job of encapsulating what we talked about. I actually had a chance to reach out to a couple of the groups, a couple of businesses in my area before we had our working group meeting, and we talked at length about the dig once policy. And I think both Representative Yin and Brian Fuller kind of hit the nail on the head. We're seeing some problems with it, And, you know, you don't want to see these companies not be able to move forward and do the things that they can do to help us with our broadband issues because of Dig Once. And I think they were certainly in agreement that there's merit to Dig Once, but the fact that we don't have the state mapped out like we should to know where what's been done and what hasn't been done, I think that's the problem. And so that's a policy I think that we need to take a look at it. And I like the fact that I did try to look at a couple of other states too, and I think there's some issues other states are having with it as well. I like the idea that Idaho, they're kind of exploring a Dig Once policy just for their interstates. And I'm kind of wondering if maybe that's, you know, where we should start, because that seems to be the biggest issue, you know, with the amount of traffic that we see on the interstates versus the secondary roads and the primary roads. And so I think in visiting with private entities, this is a policy that we're going to have to do a deeper dive on, I think, in order to make it a workable policy. The ideas, I think Representative Yin was the one that mentioned the idea of the incentives, and I really like that, to encourage the folks that have water and sewer lines outside of a city or town. And apparently there's been some issues in the past with litigation, you know, when private companies have come in and tried to do some digging to get their broadband up and running. And so I really like that. I like that idea that was, it may not have been Representative Yin, but I think it was, that talked about the incentives. And that's something I don't think we had thought about. And with ARPA funds, I think maybe there's a lot of things we can do with that to be innovative and to kind of think outside the box. Expanding it to all special districts, I think, is also another really good idea. And also staffing, I think, to do the things we need to do to get the mapping completed like we need to have. I think it's just a no-brainer that we provide some more support for our broadband staff and being able to get that up and running. And I think, you know, some of the other ideas I'm kind of, you know, neutral on, and maybe we can discuss those a little bit later today. But the federal match, that was also, I think, another great idea, using some of the possibly some funds in the broadband sub-account to use for federal matching with the 15% match, I think is another really good idea to take a look at. And I think that pretty much, yeah, I think that takes care of my ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Schuler. Ms. Sessions, I guess I'll go to you and see what your thoughts are.
Sure. So most of my thoughts echo what's previously been said. I think the Dig Once policy is something that we really do need to address so that we can continue to expand broadband throughout the state. Some of the things that are in that policy are pretty vague at this point. I would like to see us memorialize that into a document that we provide to the governor's office as far as our recommendation goes. And what I loved about the working group is we did get a little out of the box and took a different approach. And so it was actually really enjoyable to work with everyone on those projects. One of the things that I think we talked about in depth was this idea about the supply chain and how the state can facilitate that. I know the devil's in the details, and I'm not sure that it's not going to be a heavy load to do something like that, but I do think it's going to be critical that as a state, if we can go directly to the manufacturers and get allocations and help facilitate the purchase of supply, that may put us ahead of some of the other states. So as far as the other things that have been talked about, I would just concur with the previous comments. Thanks,
Barbara. Ryan, I think I'll go to you and maybe just your thoughts on this subcommittee's work and and what you saw. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, and I'm going to echo everybody else's comments from the working group, and definitely thank Mr. Fuller and his overview of the discussion. Yeah, and having the opportunity to share some of these ideas that are, you know, maybe a little different or out of the box, I think is going to help us as a state move things forward and utilize all the assets we have to make a difference. So have had a chance to explore some of these ideas a little further. I think I don't see any real problems with any of the proposals, including some of the supply chains. There's industry contacts and whatnot that agree it would definitely put Wyoming in a better spot. And I think we could get significant support from those manufacturers and stuff as far as even the later distribution, to where really reduces the burden on the state as far as managing materials and all of that. So yeah, some really great ideas. Look forward to what this group can move forward. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Brian, I'm going to have you pop in real quick, and then I'm going to visit with you. So my idea would be, now it looks like we've got Director Reiner and probably Mr. Abbott kind of up on our screen that can kind of talk probably a little bit about the Big One policy. And then my thoughts were to go to public comment, and we don't have that Bill 140 really listed on the agenda, but I think because we're talking about all this stuff now, and because one of our speakers down in the in number 3 is kind of going to be late, my idea would be to go over 140 after we take public comment on the working group. So will that work, Brian?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you were a little choppy there. My understanding is you'd want to hear from YDOT first, public comment, and then go to 22 LSO 140. Mr. Chairman, I would know that bill it is posted as part of the meeting materials. So it is at least out for, that is available. It was posted earlier this week.
Thank you. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to Director Reiner to talk about anything he wants to, but certainly the dig once or whatever. Welcome, Director Reiner.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Luke Reiner, Director YDOT. I think, just after listening to this discussion here, what I'd share with you is, hey, listen, I'm tracking that the dig once policy, as it's currently written, is a point of friction, and we have popped that back open to take a serious look at what we've got going, and we'll do that. I am curious, and I don't want to get into a discussion here, but one of the questions I'd like to talk to somebody afterwards is, I'm curious, I keep hearing about the dig once slowing us down, and I'd like to further understand that concept. But we'll work through that as we go. So we're totally committed to the rapid expansion of broadband in the state, and understand it's a state and a federal priority. And so, as a state agency, we'll fully participate in that as we go forward. Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure how much detail you want, but that's sort of that's where we're at as a collective agency. Understand there's ARPA funds coming, and understand there's a time sensitivity to this. And I would probably also should comment on a couple other things. One would be House Bill 14 is closely connected to this discussion. And so we've had, which just as a reminder for those that might be listening and not know what that is the requirement from the legislature for us to request from the federal agencies a blanket approval to allow access to the right of way. And so there's a lot of intertwined policy discussions between dig once and between this House Bill 14 concept. And so we are working through those, as part of probably a bigger, as a part of a bigger picture, and trying to get to sort of an enterprise solution per se might be the way to say that. We have formed a working group, and many of you are on it for that House Bill 14. And so I think some of those discussions sort of spill over into the dig once. and so we'll keep working that, and I'll stand for any questions you might have. But maybe let me just see before we do that, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, maybe bring Mr. Babbitt up and see if he has any comments that he'd like to make.
Troy, come aboard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Thank you, Director. I think Director hit the nail on the head. We're in full support of this. And one thing I'd like to chime in there too that was mentioned, we're fully supportive of the mapping portion of that too. Of course, we have our own GIS and mapping department on all the highways, and that is an incredibly expansive department. But we will work with Wyoming Business Council or the GIS work group as to the best that we can, however we can. So just want to say that, and I apologize, Mr. Chairman, Troy Babbitt, CTO YDOT. I did not do my introduction there, but that's the one thing that I heard there that I'd just like to chime in. We're in full support. We'll help on the GIS element however we can.
Thank you, Mr. Babbitt. One question on that. I got two questions, and then I'll let other members ask. The first one to Director Reiner will be where are you at on the House Bill 14 issue? In other words, on working towards getting visiting with the feds on that kind of comprehensive easement. Where are we at? And then Mr. Babbitt, I think you bring up a good point. It's really not in the bill we're discussing, but I think we need to add it to the bill or figure it out. And that is this whole mapping of highway systems, and whether does that fit in your shop with ARPA money from Broadband? Does that fit in Ryan Kudrow's, the coordinator's shop and the business council as they develop other mapping thing and just bring you folks in? What's our best use of resources there? So, Mr. Babbitt, maybe if you answer that one first, that would, and maybe it was a loaded question, I don't know, but just give me your thoughts on that whole piece.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So YDOT obviously we are responsible for all the state highway sections, the interstate and the primary and secondary highway portions of that. I believe what you're talking about expands that even further, because now you're going to have to involve the counties and the cities, and I think it has to be a larger GIS conversation. And I know ETS has got some resources there that we also work with. So it's got to be a joint effort of all these folks coming together on the mapping side of the fence as to when in fact you're mapping all of the roads. So
thank you. Director Reiner, your thoughts on where you're at in getting a product out to the federal government and response back?
Yeah, you bet, Mr. Chairman. Really, where we're at is we've had several meetings of the working group. I have a draft letter, and actually the letter is sitting on my desk, really waiting for us to make sure we know. I need to be able, I think, articulate where we're at with Dig Once. And so that's when I say we're opening and had opened really, I had asked industry to send us some comments on those. We're standing by. And so that's where we're at is I just wanted to make sure that we had some facts and figures understood and correct before we shot that off. But I do have the draft letter ready to go. It is where we're sitting at. I would probably add to what Mr. Babbitt said about the GIS that I think he's exactly right. And that's another initiative. And we really thank ETS for really stepping up here recently and taking the lead on, hey, we've got to get an enterprise solution across the state for some of our GIS mapping stuff. YDOT has a lion's share of the GIS, but I don't think we're the enterprise leaders in that space. And so my sense is, though, we're starting to go in the right direction there. I'm not sure that will be ready to facilitate a statewide mapping point at this point, but we're going to have to use the tools that we have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director. And Director, so the letter's sitting on your desk. So when is your anticipation that you'll send that off?
Mr. Chairman, the goal would be here in the next couple months.
So, Director, I hate to ask you another question, but a couple months is a long time. So, what specifically do you need to make sure that letter goes out timely? I mean, are you missing some key information? And obviously, we don't need to name names, but if you're missing some key information, then perhaps we can help lean on those people that need to get you key information to get that out.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, really what I'd like to do is have a few more discussions on where we're going to end up with dig once. Because I think the dig once policy is germane to the discussion of blanket easements. And it's closely tied there. And there are some discussions going on, with various elements in terms of where we're going there. So Mr. Chairman, I think we're making some progress. It is, I'd actually, my intent is to be in DC later this month. My intent was, part of that other process was to engage our congressional delegation. That's my timeline to do that, is at the end of the month, to sit down and say, hey, here's where we're at with the process. I'd like to be able to show them the draft letter then, but I need to make sure that the governor's office is comfortable with it, and I'd like you to see it before then as well. So we're working some things behind the scene. And so I think the question is, what are the steps to get to the final letter? My preference is to try and talk with the interested parties prior to shooting the letter off, because that may adjust the letter. So the other items that are on there that I'd like to talk to, hopefully this month, is again the Wyoming leaders of BLM and U.S. Forest Service and Bureau of Rec, and so that I think if we can have some negotiations and some discussions and perhaps some, hey, if you put this in the letter, we might be able to get closer to yes. I guess I was trying to work through those elements of the process and have a better letter than trying to speed to I mean, we could send the letter today, but I think I'd rather have some of those discussions prior to, and so that's conceptually where we're sitting, and that's just taking some time to get those elements to get some scheduling done.
I totally understand now that you lay it out. That some of the federal agencies can be a struggle to get the right people at the table to have those conversations. So totally get it. And if you ever need me to sit in on any of that, let me know, or help you get people scheduled. Let me know. Maybe we can work together on that if needed. Yeah. And so, rest of the committee, are there any questions or comments directed at the good folks from YDOT? Oh, Barbara, I think I'll go with your question and then I'll turn it back over to Troy.
Okay. If I could, Mr. Chairman, it doesn't relate to one dig, but it does relate to the irrigation districts. Is that all right? We good to ask that? Director Reiner, I'm curious your thoughts on the proposal around the irrigation districts. I believe that the state is requiring irrigation districts now to register with one call, but it does contradict the current one call statute. So maybe just your thoughts on that and how we proceed.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Sessions, hey, listen, I think it's really important that irrigation districts register, their facilities in the right of way with dig once. And we just had that sort of issue out in your neck of the woods, And that really was a case where the irrigation district failed to register with dig ones. And my understanding was it was a requirement. And so I absolutely don't think that there should be anything in the right of way that's not registered with dig once, because we count on dig once and 811 to make sure we don't hit anything. And if you call them, it's a reasonable expectation that you don't hit anything. And I mean, we all do it when we start doing digging projects. And so no, if we need to do something to help enforce that and to help make that streamlined, that's better, because that was a painful event out in Lincoln County, and it took a lot of time, and there's just a lot of friction that could have been avoided.
Thank you. Barbara, is that your only question? All right, sounds good. Can you guys hear me okay, or do I need to speak up?
You're good.
All right. Mr. Babbitt, go ahead. You had your hand up. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I wanted to circle back to the mapping real quick. I didn't want to forget any partners. I just wanted to let this committee know that the Wyoming Business Council and UW and ETS and YDOT, we work together very well. I just wanted to throw out that is I didn't want to leave it. You know, I know we mentioned ETS, but UW is a tremendous partner in this too. So.
Thank you, Troy. And yes, they have been right from the get-go. We really appreciate that fact. With that, if there are no other questions from the committee of YDOT, I appreciate YDOT showing up. Thank you, folks. And with that, Brian, I guess we'll take public comment on any of the topics that was in the work group report and in the draft 140, LSO 140. So.
Yep, and Mr. Chairman, my understanding is there's no one present in the room here in the Capitol. You know, I guess I would just ask that if folks want to comment, that they just raise their hand on Zoom, and we'll let them in to comment.
Perfect. So I'll give a little time and see if Emily, are you our tech person? Are we seeing anybody raising a hand? I think I see Liz Zerga. Liz, I can see. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the Broadband Legislative Task Force. Can you hear me fine? Thank you. I'm Liz Zerga. I represent the Wyoming Telecommunications Association. And let me say first, thank you to the working group. We weren't participating in that, but we think the working group did some really innovative thinking with respect to promoting broadband, and we like their ideas. I do have some comments and suggestions with respect to some of the items, and with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'll go down through those.
Please go ahead.
So first of all, with respect to the dig once policy, and when I comment, I'm going to really sharply distinguish between dig once and one call, separate topics. And sometimes we use the terms one dig for one call, but I'm going to refer to it as dig once, which is the YDOT policy, wherein YDOT decides that a highway is going to be only dug up one time by one carrier, and other carriers are going to go through that carrier. So the dig once policy, as you know, has been in effect on the interstate for some time. And that isn't what we have raised issues about. What we raised issues about is the dig once policy was going to be applied to state highways under the jurisdiction of YDOT. And we've had quite a few conversations, quite a few back and forth with YDOT. We agree with the working group's findings that that policy applied to the state highway system in the absence of any kind of mapping as to where the state highways are already crowded is premature and is detrimental to the rapid deployment of broadband. And so we agree with that, and we think it is an appropriate use of ARPA funding to utilize that funding to have a centralized mapping of state highways. The state highways are where the YDOT 1dig was going to be implemented. No similar 1dig from anywhere else. And so we think that's the priority, state highways. Where are they crowded? And I think, YDOT has indicated that they do take from the carriers, and we know this, mapping regarding where our facilities are. It's a question of centralizing that, having a centralized database. And we think that it would be wise in trying to develop any kind of a policy regarding a shared resource that you first know where your problem areas are. So we totally agree with that. The second thing that I would say is in response to comments that there is a belief that there's a tie-in with House Bill 14 and the dig once policy of YDOT. We don't necessarily perceive that the same way. We indicated to YDOT that we oppose their current dig once policy. We think it's the most severe of dig once policies that are available. And we want to see the mapping first, so we need to know where the problem areas are. What I don't want to see is any suggestion in a letter in House Bill 14 that in order to secure right-of-way from BLM under an already disturbed area of highway right-of-way, that the state would implement the YDOT dig once policy. I don't want to see that tie. My carriers don't want to see that tie. We don't think that's appropriate, and we want to avoid that in any kind of suggestion or letters or communications with the federal agencies. So that would be my comment with respect to the dig once policy and the working group. And before I move on, if anybody has any questions about that, maybe Mr. Chairman, now would be the time you might want to ask if the working group has questions about that aspect.
Chairman Furphy, seems that Chairman Summers has froze up and disconnected, so I think we need to get him better broadband.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Yeah, I just wondered if Ms. Zerger would just elaborate a little bit more on that. You mentioned about the House Bill 14 and the tie-in with the dig once. Could you just elaborate a little bit more, maybe go into a little bit more depth on that for me? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Schuler, yes. So what House Bill 14 was, and just to refresh your memory, it asked YDOT to seek with governor's approval from the federal government, a blanket right-of-way in public right-of-way adjacent, underlying the highway system, the state highway system that crossed over federal lands. Much of that land, though not all of it, is already disturbed land. It was either disturbed when the highway went in, may have been disturbed when there were parallel facilities put in the right-of-way. So the concept was to seek a license through YDOT with the federal government, so that rather than having BLM or Forest Service making applications to all those separate entities by private providers, rather it would be a one-stop shop where YDOT has the license because they're already managing that right-of-way, and they would make certain commitments about EPA and different kinds of regulations being followed. But it would be a one-stop shop, and it would be YDOT that we would apply to, and we would be a sub-licensee. And so what I heard in the comments today is that YDOT thinks there's a tie-in between their one dig policy, which is not currently being, it's on their books, but it's not currently being enforced on state highways because of this ongoing issues. And so what I was concerned when I heard the comments is that YDOT believes there's some tie-in between their implementation of their proposed one dig policy and asking the federal government for a blanket license in YDOT. And I disagree, and I don't want to see that happen. I don't want that encouraged. I think it's appropriate that we seek the right-of-way or license from the federal government through YDOT and indicate that we will comply with the environmental type things, all of those kinds of things. But to offer up or suggest that, oh, and by the way, it's going to be a one-time dig once and forever, that I don't want to, that is something that my members would oppose. So I hope that helps.
Thank you, Liz. I went dark, no internet, right? And we keep talking about this. When are you guys going to give me good internet?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, so I'd finished the one dig comments and I'd asked if it was an appropriate time for questions and received one question. And I'm ready to talk about the other topics unless somebody else has another question with respect to one dig.
Perfect.
Okay, so the next topic is with respect to these domestic water and sewer lines. And incentivizing them. I think incentivizing them is great. No problem with that. What I would ask, though, is that the working group also consider, because the way the incentivizing is written is that they would voluntarily provide their information to one call. And that's great. However, they wouldn't be subject to one call. That's not the way it's written. It's just simply providing their information to one call. And what I'd like the working group to consider, and I know this is a little bit bigger lift and harder step, but right now, the way the exemption reads in one call, there's a variety of water lines and facilities and things that are exempt. And I'm wondering if the working group would consider a companion bill, because I don't want to see it in this bill and tear it apart if it's very controversial, but a companion bill that would have an exception to the exception, which would be that the bigger water facilities, the water districts, the ones with bigger pipes, the ones that if you cut them or damage them, they are really significant issues, that if they're in a public right of way, they have to join one call. That's something that I would like to see. And if that were to occur, if there was a separate bill, perhaps, and this is something we can talk about in the other bill, that what ought to be incentivized is not only the voluntary compliance of the other folks that are exempted, but the mandatory compliance for those bigger facilities that are in the public right of way. So that's the comment on that. And if you have any questions about that, I'd be happy to address that issue.
Committee, are there any questions? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With respect to the program authorizing an agency to purchase fiber through a bulk allocation process, I've had conversations with Mr. Cadera about this, and what we would suggest, it's close to that, but it is not exactly that. Rather than having an agency buy a bunch of fiber, warehouse it, and allocate it out to carriers, it seems to us a better idea, close idea, which is that the agency, Wyoming Business Council, Mr. Cadera's office, would facilitate a private group bulk purchase. In other words, the purchasers are still the private carriers. But you get the benefit of it's a bulk purchase. And so what you say is and part of it is carriers have suppliers that they work with pretty frequently. So for example, I'll just take Corning as a fiber, Corning glass as a fiber supplier. If the agency said, we are going to do a facilitated bulk purchase for Corning glass, all of you folks that normally get your Corning glass or who want to get Corning glass, tell us what you want, when you need it, and we'll put together a bulk order. You're going to be responsible for paying for your portion of it and for identifying where the distribution, the delivery will go to. So it's a bulk order. It's got the priority of bulk order, but the private carrier remains the one responsible for paying for it and for assuring that it gets to their spot, instead of having the state buy the fiber, the state warehouse it, the state allocate it out and collect money for it. Does that make sense? That's the suggestion as an alternative. And I'd stand for any questions on that.
You, Liz, and I like that idea. One, do you think, because the idea of the state purchasing fiber to me is, I just don't think we're going to do that. I don't think that that's a logical solution. I don't think we are in the business of doing that. I like this idea, but my question to you is, do you think there would actually be participation enough from private entities to make it worthwhile, or would they be leery of getting into some kind of contractual thing this way that that they're less sure of, and actually then they wouldn't participate, thus eliminating the bulk part of it? Would there be participation? I'll just make it that simple.
Mr. Chairman, I think it depends on the extent to which the carrier is having supply issue problems. And I think some carriers have expressed that they are, and other carriers have more fiber facilities warehoused already themselves that they have access to. So I honestly can't say for sure, but it's certainly an idea worth exploring. I do know there are carriers that are having trouble getting access, or because they're a smaller carrier, and many of my carriers are smaller carriers, they're not in priority. When you go against a big bulk purchaser, like a giant international or national corporation, they get priority. So if the state could facilitate getting a group of carriers together and bump them up in priority, I think that would be a worthwhile endeavor to try. And I don't know what the success would be, but I think it's worth trying.
And Liz, this probably doesn't require any statutory authority, right? Do you think? I mean, if this is not the state outlaying money, maybe it does. I don't know. If it's just getting a group of businesses together to do a bulk order, what's your thoughts on that?
Mr. Chairman, I haven't reviewed the broadband statutes recently to see. It probably wouldn't hurt to have a one-liner that the state can, some kind of one-liner in a bill that says that the Wyoming Business Council can take actions to facilitate private providers' ability to obtain priority for purchases of broadband equipment, something like that.
Thank you. Representative Yin?
Mr. Chairman, so I think maybe that should be a question to Mr. Kudera, right, to see if he has the statutory authority to do this. If he thinks that he needs the statutory authority, I don't think it would hurt to put a one line in the bill for it.
Agreed. Usually Liz knows all these things, so I can just ask her. So go ahead. Any other questions for Liz?
I have one more comment, Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead.
The comment, and maybe I'll reserve the bulk of it. It has to do with the deletion in the bill draft that was at your request to look at that. I don't have tremendous heartburn over the deletion, and I'll explain, but it is with a caveat. I think we're missing one small piece that language was trying to address, and I'll address it further in the bill, but it's the concept that you don't want to use state money where there is already an adequate wireless access point. So that's the concept, and I can talk about that tweak in the bill when we get to it.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you again, working group. Good ideas, good thoughts.
Thank you, Liz. Is there anybody else out there? I see Director Reiner's, I don't know, maybe he never left. So, but I think Director Reiner, because Ms. Zerga brought up some real pertinent questions, or Troy, if you're the one still on, you know, I'm kind of leaning that way. We do not want to hold this letter hostage that's going to Washington to what our final decisions are on the dig once policy. And so I'm trying to, I'd like you to respond kind of to Ms. Zerga's concerns, because I have the same concern. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, you know, the discussion point becomes, if you're the federal government, or you're an agency of the federal government interested in the environmental and cultural preservation of your land, which some of it happens to be in the right of way of a highway, and all of the guidance that's been given relative to broadband, you know, expansion in the right of way always talks about minimal disruption of the right of way. You know, if you look at the federal, you know, 1504, you know, blurbs, that's what's in there, is in my mind, there's a bigger willingness of the federal government to say yes if we say to them, we will disrupt the right of way less. And so there's still no guarantee they'll say yes. But as I looked at that issue, it struck me as, hey, federal government, here's what we'd like to do, and here's how we'll control ourselves. And so, you know, if the guidance is, well, we don't want to do that, then we can send a letter. But that's I think the discussion of what leads to a yes, and what's more likely to lead to a yes in terms of, you know, what we tell the federal government will do.
So Director Reiner, I get it. We want to make the best case possible to the federal government. At the same time, we know that if they go down this route and they say, you know, you guys got a pretty good idea here. I mean, the larger idea. And, but we think you need to do the following things. You know, I think this is a situation where you don't need to stick this foot forward. They can come back and say, we are going to demand the least intrusion as possible, which may not be a dig once, and it may be dependent upon what's the concern is. Cultural, when they do cultural, they'll do it for the entire piece of right of way that's concerned. It's not, unless you hit some major piece of archaeology, which will be a very limited case, then you may have to go dig once in a high archaeology where something's actually found. The more likely thing is if you're crossing a wetland or something like that, where and I don't know these issues well enough to talk about it, but you know, I think that's something we can let the federal government come back with and not like give that up, particularly when we don't know what they may want. That's just my opinion. Barbara, I would be interested in your thoughts. You deal in this space. And I don't want to put you on the hook, Director Reiner, but this is a good time just to have a good conversation. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my thoughts would echo Liz's. I would hate to see us apply a statewide one dig policy just to ensure that we're able to get that House Bill 14 pushed through on the federal side. We oftentimes are going after permits for areas that have already been disturbed, and we ask for categorical exclusions. And not always do we get that, but a good amount of the time we're able to go through areas that have already been disturbed.
Any other questions or comments back to Director Reiner after this discussion of the committee? So Director Reiner, I guess what I'm going to ask you is, what's the path forward now? And, do we need to facilitate another meeting, where we just flat iron this out? But I think we need to get over this hump.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, when you say the hump, you're talking about the hump with the letter, House Bill 14 letter.
Yes, the getting the letter out and not making it subject to, it seemed like for a minute that we were going to hold hostage the letter until we got a one dig policy in place. And so, yes, how are we going to get over the hump of this letter? What do we need to do to move this forward?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think we'll just pull up that letter and let me take a look at it again relative to this discussion and adjust as required.
Sounds great, Director. And at the same time, we want you being a cheerleader, right? You are our man in the trenches that are interfacing with the federal government. And if you're lukewarm to this idea, if you don't like the letter, if you see concerns, then we need to understand that and at least have the conversation of how potentially we may have to minimize in the future that footprint, right? And so you're our best cheerleader in this. So we want you smiling when you go into that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, Mr. Chairman, it does. And just know, I mean, hey, I actually, as we started working through this, thought there might be a potential chance to actually get to a yes. But I think for us to get to a yes, we as a state have to be able to say, here's our internal controls. And what I'm thinking through now is potential way to be a little bit, not so direct in the letter. The federal guidance is minimal disruption. And oftentimes I think to get permission, you got to say, hey, boss, in this case, it's the federal government, or hey, controlling agency, we hear you. And here's how we're gonna implement your guidance. And so it would probably change. It probably requires a little bit of a relook at how we word that letter, because I was really interested in getting to a yes, because I'm interested in being fast, because the slowest process in getting broadband, it's getting permits from the federal government, and it's not really what we've got going on in the state. WYDOT's fast, but the federal permitting process is not fast. And so let's look at how we can maybe refine our argument a little bit.
And Director Reiner, I totally agree with you. I think there's a balance between, okay, we're going to have dig once and we're going to have minimalization. I think you can craft a step process, right? I don't know what that is, but a step process that says, we'll look at dig once first, but if we think that there is the potential after we've talked to providers that we are going to have a large expansion in this area of this highway, then we may need to have, less minimal than dig once. And so I think there's a way to craft that and do that. and just and delineate a process, right? And instead of delineate a product, maybe you delineate a process. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, Mr. Chairman, that's where my mind was going. In fact, it may be that we don't even want to delineate a process. It may be that we want to emphasize a philosophy with, you know, a process to be determined in concert with the federal entity. I guess I was trying to put myself in the foot of the, you know, who you're asking the permission for, and so. But that's probably where my mind is going now, is almost a philosophical approach versus a real specific, here's what we'll do approach.
So General or Director Reiner, I always call you General, sorry.
That's okay. I still answer to that too, sir.
I think, remember, a process is still a divine process. It's not like we will address this. It's here are the steps we are going to take as a state to examine what minimalization means. And I think you can come up, particularly working with your partners, I think you can come up with a good process that is defensible and is tight enough to ensure that the federal government can go, you know, you're right. They are willing to minimalize. This is what they're going to do to minimalize. And it can be even in your process, the discussion on sensitive areas. You can call it whatever you want, sensitive cultural areas, sensitive environmental areas. And you can, you know, you can pull that into your process and how you will try to minimalize. So yeah, I hope you don't bag it. I hope you modify and try to figure out a really good process here.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, actually, no, we won't bag it. I mean, it's I'm really interested in getting to a yes on this, and we've been working it hard at many levels, and so I do see this as a work in process, and I actually we'll shape what we're doing based on the discussion today. I mean, these discussions are as helpful as you hit, you know, these topics again, and you listen about, hey, here's the concerns, and here's probably the direction we need to start taking this. So it's a work in process, and we'll absolutely stay in it and at it.
Thank you, Director. I appreciate it. Any last questions before I let the director go? All right, thank you,
All right,
Director.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So now we're, I think, back. Any other public comment? Excuse me, Brian, Emily, do we see anybody out there?
Mr. Chairman, I don't see anyone else raising their hand right now.
Okay, with that, I think, Brian, what I would like you to do is, and committee, we have recommendations that are not in this bill. We have a bill that could turn into recommendations, or we have a piece of any of this. So as we think about these issues, and I've wrote down some of the recommendations that I think, there's reasons I left that I asked Brian to leave a few of them out. And then I wanted a few of them in for discussion, even though I don't think they're really doable the way they are. But I think we just need to think about that. What do we want in a bill draft? What do we want as recommendations to an agency, to another committee of the legislature, to the governor's office? Those are all things I think we can do as a committee. Obviously, any bill, I'd have to try to get it in front of a committee or bring it as a personal bill. Those of us in this group would have to do that. So Brian, maybe if you could go over 140.
Sure thing, Mr. Chairman. You should have draft 0.5 in front of you. And just to tag on to that briefly, the two recommendations that are not in here, one was, Mr. Chairman, at your request, and that was the language regarding the bulk allocation for the fiber. The other one was just an omission in haste, and that was the appropriation of ARPA funds for the mapping project for the conduits along the rights of way. So those two are not in here. And then, Mr. Chairman, before I begin, I would just note that although the broadband statutes themselves, so that specific article in the Business Council statutes doesn't mention anything about purchasing or anything like that. 912-104 sets out the general duties of the Business Council. And one of those is rendering advice and assistance and providing services to state agencies, local and regional economic development agencies, private firms, and other persons providing services or facilities for economic development in Wyoming. That's just, I just quickly scanned that, but that may be relevant to, the discussion regarding any sort of purchasing, authority that may or may not be in statute already. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will proceed with the bill draft. Starting on page 2, the staff comment just notes that this just captures the recommendations and was meant, I think, primarily as a vehicle for discussion. Then moving on to page 3, lines 1 and 2, this would be an amendment to the eligible entities that can participate or submit applications for funding under the Broadband Development Program. And it strikes the words improvement and service and just inserts special. That would expand that eligibility to all special districts. And in a moment, I'll explain how that's defined in this draft. Then on line 6 is a definition for loan guarantee. And this definition is is almost identical to the definition that's in the challenge loan program for loan guarantee for the Business Council, except this definition specifically references a broadband project. Then on line
Brian, just a note to the committee. I would be glad to take, questions to Brian as we go along if people have questions, because sometimes by the time you get to the end of something, you've kind of forgot where you're at least that's where I'm at. And one question I had of you, Brian, and I don't know if you looked it up at all, is the current loan, kind of the loan program that exists, that this was patterned after, who's eligible for that? In other words, we already have a revolving loan fund. Who's eligible for that? And that's my question.
So, Mr. Chairman, are you referring to the existing who is eligible under the challenge loan program?
Correct.
So it would depend on the different type of loan or project. For some of them, it's only community development or economic development organizations. For others, it's broader. It's any other entity. It just depends on the particular financing or grant option that's available.
And I'll go a little step further, and I don't know how much research you've done. So are broadband providers, any of them eligible for what any of that current program is?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if they can apply directly under these programs. I know the Business Ready Community Program, that grant and loan program would be the city or town applying for either planning or infrastructure projects. And I think in that program, it does reference telecommunications infrastructure, but I think that would be an instance where the entity would have to work with the city or town or county applying for that funding for that project, that they wouldn't apply for it directly.
I do know that there are some loan programs that goes out to private business that the state does. But does that run into any challenges constitutionally by doing a program like this?
Mr. Chairman, I haven't looked too closely into that question. I mean, certainly, and I'll discuss this later in the bill draft with another one of the recommendations that's in here, but Article 3, Section 36, prohibits appropriations for industrial purposes to entities that aren't under the direct control of the state. Article 16, Section 6, prohibits donations being made to any private entity or person or corporation except in necessary support of the poor. So, those limitations do exist in the Constitution. Mr. Chairman, I haven't looked recently, very closely at, how those provisions would apply or be implicated in these business council programs.
Please continue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then on page 3, line 12, this is just a definition of special district. It means any district specified in a special district portion of statute. There's 14 different districts listed, and then a catch-all that basically would include any other corporate district that's authorized to be formed under the laws of the state. Then on page 3, line 20, this is the language that would require the business council to accept any applications for grants for projects that would receive matching funds from a federal agency or other entity. The application requirements would still be the same. So all of the information that they would have otherwise had to submit for a grant under this program, they would have to submit for these matching funds. The only additional requirement would be evidence of some sort of commitment of the matching funds.
Brian, on that one, not so much a question to you, but I'm going to kind of hit these as we go through each section. And so this is a good time to just kind of visit. And I want to bring Ryan Kudra in if he's still available, because I know he's had some thoughts on this. Are you available, Ryan? Could you kind of go over, I probably should have brought it up in the report piece, but as we're looking at this, where do you see the applicability of this is? Who would be getting the grants? So we're going to give a grant. The state is going to be the one that's doing the match for the federal grant, and a provider would just be submitting an application to get some of the match money, but it wouldn't be really being handed to a private entity. We would be handing the money to a governmental match. So explain how you think this might work, because I know you've thought about this and what issues we might have as a state, and then I'll ask Brian further on this. I like this idea if it's workable. Ryan?
All right. Yeah, thank you, Chairman. The ideology behind this was similar to the NTIA grant we applied for. It did not require a match from the state. But of course, it asked for matches that we subsequently passed on to a sub-applicant or the providers themselves. There is opportunity both historically and coming up on federal grants that the state only can apply for. The private companies can't apply directly to the federal level for the grant, but the state can. And has yet to be determined on if and how much of the match percentage there is, but on the proposed grant processes. But there's 2 or 3 existing grants that the state itself can apply for various broadband projects, but does require a 15% cash match. And that was kind of the reason behind this ask is utilizing some of that funding. Honestly, we're looking at a 85% return if we were successful on a particular grant application. That was the idea behind this.
And Brian, as we move forward on this concept, I think, and maybe you've got it in here and I just didn't see it, but we need to probably tighten up the piece that we just talked about, that this is going to be the state of Wyoming providing a match to the federal government for a larger grant. We're going to be helping with a match for a larger grant. This is not going to be us granting money to a provider that then is going to use that. How do we have that constructed, and do we need to refine it?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think we would need to revise pretty much that entire subsection to better capture that. Mr. Chairman, I think the only other thing I would mention in regard to that would be, whether this, ability for the state itself to pursue these funds is more limited in duration, or if it's, something that would be ongoing. If it's something more limited, in light of funding that may be available through ARPA or other federal acts, it may make more sense to simply put this authority in a non-codified section. If it's ongoing, then it would be appropriate to insert, in this bill draft. But if that's the direction the task force wants to go, I would need to, revise it. And I would probably put it in a different section of the broadband statutes.
So Brian, maybe just make a note to yourself. I think we do both. I think there could be a short term where we could use ARPA. ARPA is not really short term because it's 5 years almost, or 4 years, or 3 years anyway. But I think if we have ongoing money in that 10 million, I think it's a good use of it. So I think that's something we just need to have a note for self. Committee, while we're on this topic and and we're thinking about this issue, any other comments or questions about this particular topic? I don't see any hands like throwing up in the air. So Brian, I think we'll move along to the kind of the next topic.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, thank you. And before I do, just one more thought I would mention. I'm not sure of the mechanics of how this would work if the state, is securing matching funds, what the state would use those funds for. If the state is using the funds to engage in some sort of broadband development itself, that may well implicate Article 16, Section 6B, which precludes the state from engaging in works of internal improvement without a 2/3 vote of the people. If the state is merely securing these funds for the further distribution to private entities, that would be a different question. But if it's the state securing grants for doing the work itself, that may implicate the Constitution.
Good to know.
Okay, moving on then, Mr. Chairman, members of the task force, the staff comment on page 4 just notes that, the task force, and this would be true, if the language is tightened to focus on the state applying for grants, whether there should be some sort of minimum percentage specified in that language, and what that percentage would be. Then on page.
Brian, just on that note, maybe a thought and a question I would have back to you. We could allow that percentage maybe to be set by the business council through rulemaking. Wouldn't that be something we could do to put some checks and balances in it, but yet not define something we don't really know a lot about yet?
Mr. Chairman, that would be a possibility.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Please continue.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So page 4, line 20, this is the language that would allow an applicant to apply for a loan guarantee. It would be the same information, and then that would be required for any other application, and information on any offers of proposed terms of financing that have been received from a financial institution by the applicant.
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman,
Brian, that's a general, that's a topic. So let's have a little discussion. And I think I see our banker raising his hand, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, when I read through this bill draft, I know when I was doing both economic development and banking, we could not lend directly to anyone other than a public entity. So you could not fund a broadband provider even with loan guarantees. So that made no sense to me. And I was interested in what Brian said earlier about who would qualify for this, because I'm thinking, really, unless, I guess, a city or county themselves want to apply for a loan, which would be unusual, and then they themselves would provide broadband, maybe that's a purpose for this loan. But the way it's written, it sounds like it could be loaned out to individual companies with a guarantee no more than 80%. But I was very concerned about all of that. So I just raised that issue, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chair, thank you. I'm equally concerned about this whole section because I think I don't dislike the ideas of challenge loan programs. I think they're of value. But it's such a big topic. I think you would have to have it as a separate bill and you'd have to dig into it. But I would like to hear the committee, either Representative Yin or Senator Schuler, Rep Yin, why don't you talk a little bit about this piece, where it came from, and if you've identified challenges as well.
Yeah, so I would say, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say that it came out of the idea that we had similar challenge loan guarantees. And I think that if it doesn't make sense to work, it doesn't necessarily need to be something that we move forward with. I think the working group came up with a whole bunch of ideas, and this was one of many. But I think, like I said during the opening, if it really just doesn't make sense to make a workable solution and would be too controversial to push through anyways, having this one fall through the cracks, I think, is okay.
Thank you, Representative Yin. Ryan Kudrow, I know, Ryan, you've talked to me a little bit about this concept. I don't know if you've done any research into it within, through the Business Council to see what the viability of a program like this, the constitutionality. Give me a little bit of background on what you've seen and your thoughts and the applicability of it. In other words, do we really have enough money to help out, and how would that help out? And then I'm going to ask Barbara kind of some of that. Is it a worthwhile from the industry standpoint? So Ryan, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a discussion. It's kind of a discussion that comes up once in a while. Obviously, the loan value amounts versus the amount of funding that is needed to do the broadband. It's a very minor aspect. But the research that I'd made internally at the Business Council was depending on the funding source. If we use the 10 million, then it would have to be a loan guarantee to a private bank, similar to what our investments division already does in some instances. However, if it was funded by the ARPA funding, then we could actually loan directly from the Business Council to the private entity. As far as they're aware, at this point, of course, it would take a little more research to make sure we were well within the boundaries of constitutionality and law. But that's but going on the existing programs, that's depending on the funding source, would ultimately depend on the solution. But I would also kind of reverberate Representative Ian's comments as, if this is one of the things that falls through the cracks, it's not going to really make it or break it. It would just be a small snippet to the larger issue, and just another small tool in the toolbox if it was deemed viable. Thank you.
Ryan, I really appreciate you coming on and talking about it. And Barbara, I think Ryan brings up a really good point. I was looking at it through the lens of the state money and not the ARPA money. The ARPA money is a much bigger chunk. Obviously we're going to have it's my hope, the state's going to have a second wave of a Connect Wyoming program that's going to be a direct grant program. So Barbara, obviously the grant's better than the loan. So why would we go down setting aside ARPA money when we could grant it directly to you? Is that fair?
It is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are the exact questions and conversations that Ryan and I have been having. I think he kind of knows my opinion on it. I made the comment to him that I didn't believe that this would be utilized because of the grant money. My question exactly, why would anybody do this if grant money were available? The second question I had was, who would use this? It might introduce more competition, but what kind of competition? Would this be kind of fly-by-night companies? Maybe not. Maybe some of my peers in the industry would use it. I don't see Silver Star using something like this, but all great questions, same ones that I've been asking.
Thank you, Barbara. And thank you, Ryan. Any questions on this from the committee to anybody here on this? Nope. Okay, Brian, I think forge ahead.
Yep, and Mr. Chairman, I can actually answer at least a couple of the questions that were raised, in terms of who would this apply to and who can apply. At least, I guess one note, this language would only apply to the funding that's available in that broadband development sub-account. It doesn't implicate any sort of ARPA funds or other grants or any other funding source that may come to the state for broadband. This would only be for that broadband development program. The second thing I would mention is that under the current language of the program, there's only kind of two avenues or entities that can apply. The first would be the public-private partnership. So a private company must join with or a public entity must join with a private company and apply for the funding. And certainly, Mr. Chairman, if there is a desire for this to go forward, one suggestion would be to make clear that the loan would be made to the public entity that's participating in this endeavor. The second, avenue would be the public entity on its own if no private entity is willing to participate in that, in that proposed project. But that's only after the public entity submits, requests for proposal and solicits proposals from private entities. So I just thought I'd throw that out there, in response to those questions. So then moving on, Mr. Chairman, members of the task force, I'll move to page 6, lines 10 and 11. This is just a conforming amendment for the matching, the grant match language. Then on page 6, line 15, this again would likely change depending on, if the language changes to focus on the state applying for these grants, but that would just have a maximum grant amount per applicant. And then the maximum amount in the account that can be used for these matching funds would be the less of $1.5 million or 15% of the total balance in that account in any fiscal year.
Thank you, Brian. And I think I'll cut in here again. And Ryan, if you could come back aboard. Excuse me. Thank you, Ryan. And maybe, Ryan, you can explain a little bit more how you would see this working and and I know we're kind of putting you on the spot from only what you've seen and what you may be hearing about. Like I said, I really like this idea, but we need to get it right if we do it. And one thing would be, how much would you want available in a grant, in a match, in a match for a grant. So, we could obligate, like it says in here, you can't obligate more than 1.5 million per year. I think that's what it says. And would that be 1.5 million in one grant? Would the 15% be? Would 1.5 million be enough for a 15% of a grant? So, kind of run through how you would envision this.
Thank you, Chairman. A lot of this, it rolls back to on the existing programs. One that comes to mind is the USDA. They have a grant out there for, and forgive me, there's so many of them lately, I lose track without having them written down, but they have a grant out there that the state can apply for to provide connections to libraries. Let's say it's $1 million, it's limited to $1 million. But what that does is that would kind of go to support a public access point. It would bring in a couple of computers for public access, and those that may not, providing that a little more of a digital equity flair through a grant program supported by the USDA. That particular grant's limited to $1 million, so we'd only, it'd be $150,000 for the match, but it does require a 15% match from the state or the applying entity. There's other similar grants out there for telehealth and some of the other points that the broadband program is assigned to cover. But without the ability of having a cash match availability, the state can't apply for those grants, and that's the intent behind this. The 1.5 million. Honestly, I don't look to see it being used all at once for one particular grant. But as you know, of course, staffing and bandwidth within the broadband group allows, we could access that money for multiple grants, more targeted grants, more along the digital equity side of things, more so less and less than the infrastructure side. That answer your question?
Yeah, that gets more refined. Thank you. Ms. Sessions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe I am misunderstood, but I thought I heard Brian say that that it was only for the state broadband fund, and I just want to clarify for my own sake. Are we talking federal programs or just the state broadband fund?
So, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Sessions, that earlier comment was just regarding the loan guarantee, program. What this language for the grants, at least, I think if the concept is evolving, is that the state could use these broadband development funds for, as the state's matching funds to put in for a federal grant that the state may apply for. This bill draft doesn't say anything about what the state can and cannot do with the ARPA funds, in regard to, either using it as matching funds for something else or what have you.
Right, and so actually the other bill we have talks about using some ARPA money for different kinds of connectivity issues. This would be utilizing our 10 million, and the throttle in this bill is the 1.5 million, right? If we see if we're starting to use too much, then we can come back in and refine that. You can also refine it if you want to see no more than X amount to any one grant. You could pick 500,000. You could pick whatever number you wanted to kind of throttle this to ensure that it would be looked at. And then I think the other, and I don't remember where that is, but I think it's some point, don't we have a committee? We make sure a committee takes a look at some of this stuff, or was that, I don't know if that was in this program, but it certainly should be if it isn't.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that was just, later on in the draft, there's authorization and appropriation for funding for 2 positions for the Business Council for the broadband program. And the report, at least in the bill draft, would be a report on what those 2 employees have done, during the period for which they're funded.
Thank you, Brian. So another oversight we could have is just writing in this section that that we'll report, the Business Council will report once a year on how, if or when any of this is expended, and probably to Minerals Business Economic Development. That's the normal committee that they report to, and then that can act as a measure to take further legislation or to say, yeah, it is working great, we need to keep this up. So I think that's a way to do this as well. So any other questions of Ryan or of Brian or Ryan on this particular issue? Dot, please go ahead, Brian.
Yep. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll move on to page 7, and the one change here would be an insertion of a sentence that would allow the broadband coordinator to hire staff to assist him in his duties, subject to legislative authorization and appropriation. And then moving on to page 8, first is just the definition of ARPA funds, and this would be the state relief, so the 1.25 billion. As the task force may recall, in the bill that the task force advanced in its June meeting, and then the other bill that the task force is considering at this meeting, it is appropriated what's believed to be the entire amount of the capital projects fund. that 109 million. So this would pull from the 1.25 billion approximately that the state's receiving in relief funds under ARPA. The subsection B would be the authorization for the 2 full-time positions, beginning with the effective date of the section and ending June 30, 2024. One position would be for grants, the other for to aid in outreach efforts with industry and stakeholders. Then on page 9, there would be an appropriation of ARPA funds in an amount that the task force would need to determine or fill in for funding those 2 positions through the authorization period for those positions. Then on the bottom of page 9, beginning line 21, that's the reporting mechanism. You'll notice there's no committee that's filled in. Like Mr. Chairman, like you noted, the Joint Minerals Committee typically is the one that kind of looks at and oversees the work of the Business Council, so that may be an appropriate option for the task force to consider. But that report, at least as it's currently drafted, would apply only to the work and grants or anything that's secured with, through those 2 positions. And Mr. Chairman, you are on mute.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Brian. I want to visit a little bit about subsection C. I didn't know how much money was available. I didn't know if Brian would know, so I sent to Don the guru on how much money was available, and there is 718,000. I'm not going to get into the other. There's another little bunch that's undistributed capital gains, but there's 718,000 in that pot of money. So that's in addition to the 10 million. It's earned that much investment income over time. And my one question to Ryan on this piece would be, we'll have a debate on positions and then whether, I think whether the funding for any position over the next budget cycle should come out of ARPA or should come out of this. I think you could do it either or if we wanted to do that. But my question to Ryan is, do you have enough money to do mapping? In other words, I know we have, the governor was going to set aside some CARES Act to do mapping, but then if we do mapping of highway corridors, perhaps we want to throw that whole, not the one dig, but the idea, irrigation districts and sewer, most of that stuff's mapped somewhere. And certainly we could have somebody working on that piece of it. Do we have money set aside, enough money set aside for mapping? If not, how much money might we need for mapping?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. Mapping historically has been something that's been provided by YGISC at this point. And honestly, through discovery, I've realized that they have not been compensated for any of that to this point. So we're in the process of correcting that moving forward. But what that means is costs upward of 100,000 plus per year just to support their work, and that's an annual expense based on some of what we had seen that they had supported other mapping projects in the state. So to look at that over long term, and the fact that currently, without moving the interest over into the broadband, the broadband maintenance fund, we would have enough. If we didn't expend any other money, we'd have enough money to support just the YGISC map and the broadband map as it exists for 2 years, without adding any additional burden on gaining additional links into those maps from irrigation districts, et cetera. And just for a point, the CARES Act, the 200,000 that the governor set aside for us to use, that will answer all of our questions into the mapping portion and the broadband and all the data that's available there. but it won't answer any questions to irrigation districts. And not knowing those and the status they're under one call, that could be significant expense to try and help support those irrigation districts find where they are due to the various support on the GIS systems. So sorry, long way around. Long term, no, we don't have enough money to support mapping, especially if we move to expand it to support and grant authority or grant funding to help districts that don't have mapping established thus far.
And I see that Mr. Krieger popped in. His meeting must be done. And so, Mr. Krieger, we're really going over the ideas that came out of the subcommittee and the bill that we drafted. And so, you know, we're kind of at that section in the bill where it talks about perhaps using some of that earnings off of the existing 10 million and what we might use some of that for. And you know, the mapping, I know that you guys are working on mapping. We're talking about more mapping even. And so I'm wondering if an appropriate use of some of that money might be in this bill, might be a recommendation to appropriations to put some more money, set some more money aside of these earnings for mapping. Do you have any thoughts on any of that?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would just agree. I think, you know, given the Connect Wyoming program that we did last year and just our experience with that, I think mapping is crucial. So if we can get sources and resources there, I would certainly agree with that.
Thank you. And I appreciate you. I know you got a tight schedule. I appreciate you being on today, and we'll get you up when we get after this bill. So so I'm stuck on C. I don't know where we're exactly at, but I'm going to move forward from C. So any thoughts of anybody on C right now before we kind of continue along on this? If not, Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, sure thing, Mr. Chairman. Just one note of clarification, at least as it's drafted right now, the funding for the positions would not come from those earnings in the broadband development sub-account. It would come from ARPA for these positions. And I'll discuss those interest and earnings in a little bit. On page 10, this is the next concept or recommendation, and section 3 is the authorization for creating a grant program for those entities who are excluded from having to register their underground water and sewer lines, that would incentivize them to voluntarily participate in the One Call program and submit their underground facilities to the notification center. On the bottom of page 10 is just language that would set a maximum for a grant should the task force want to go in that direction. You know, you would need to fill in that blank. The other note I would make is just above that, so lines 15 to 21, that sentence would limit the grants to only those excluded water, sewer pipeline owners or districts that are excluded from the Notification Act. It would only give them grants if their underground facilities are located in areas where broadband development or expansion would be likely to occur between basically the effective date of the section and the end of the ARPA funding. So that was an attempt to limit this in scope to those entities that, you know, would most likely be implicated in broadband development. And then the grant program would terminate on December 31st, 2024, the end of the ARPA funding. And as you'll see on page 12 in a moment, ARPA funds would be appropriated for these grants. The staff comment on page 11 for this program, this program, I think, would implicate the Wyoming Constitution and limitations on appropriations that are made to private entities, both Article 3, Section 36 and Article 16, Section 6, which I mentioned earlier, that preclude the appropriation or donation of money for industrial purposes to entities that are not under the absolute control of the state. I think this would be appropriating funds or distributing funds to entities for arguably industrial purposes to entities that aren't under the state's control. So I think that's something the task force would need to look at in considering this program. The other thing I would note, given the scope of this program, whether this should be codified in statute with a sunset date rather than being included as it is in this bill draft in a non-codified section. And then finally, on the bottom of page 11 in that staff comment, there's that subsection E. This is the language from the Underground Facilities Notification Act regarding the exemption for the entities in terms of their water and sewer lines. So it's not every water and sewer line. It's certain private domestic water and sewer lines outside of incorporated areas and serve 9 or less service hookups. It would be private irrigation and drainage lines and ditches, and then the lines and ditches of irrigation districts and drainage districts and private livestock water pipelines. Those are the facilities and entities that are excluded, in other words, that are not required under current law to report their underground facilities to the notification center.
Brian, thank you. And really this last section, I got a big red flag on it on my bill, and I don't know that we can do it. What I think is a better use of our time, one is, Liz had some ideas, do we want to, that there's the carrot and stick, and then there's the mapping, right? I think, could we put some money to a serious effort to map where this stuff is? And if somebody's calling up an irrigation district and going, okay, where's your underground lines? We want to get this on a map. It's good for everybody, right? If we, I'm going to ask Barbara a little bit on this. What are your thoughts? I know this is, down your wheelhouse now because you had to live with it, but, do you have any good solutions here? Do you think mapping it's viable even?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's challenging, and the reason that it's challenging is because the people who are running, let's talk about irrigation districts, typically it's been handed down generation to generation. They're not well paid, if at all, and they usually do not know where the facilities are and typically don't have great maps to even show them. So it's going to be a real effort, I think, to get these mapped. I would like to see us just make a blanket statement that anyone in public right-of-way is required to participate in the one call. If you really want to solve some barriers to deploying broadband, this would be a significant one.
Yeah, and I don't disagree. The challenge is, if, like you said, if you don't even know they exist there, then you can't tell those people they're there. So that is a catch-22 in a way. I think we'll have that discussion on, do we want to go into this? That'd be a separate bill, because that would be a very controversial effort if we wanted to go down that path. I think the mapping thing, if we did it right and put some money at it, I think it could be beneficial. I think it would solve the same problem. If you don't know you have it, you can't do the one call. If you don't know that you have it, you can't help a mapper. So, or the one day or one call thing. So, Brian, I guess is what else you got? Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just two more things. On page 12, that was just the subsection B. That's just the language that would appropriate ARPA funds for that grant program. Then at the bottom of page 12, section 4, this is the final recommendation. And this is the language that would transfer the unexpended, unobligated earnings from that sub-account. So that was I believe the 718,000 you mentioned earlier, Mr. Chairman. That would be transferred to the Business Council for the purposes of the work of the Broadband Coordinator and the Broadband Advisory Council. So that would just transfer all of at least as it's drafted now, would transfer all of those earnings back for expenditure for their general operations and other purposes.
Okay, that sounds good. I think we'll have to debate that a little bit and how we may want to ask for that money to be put out there. So what I'm going to do right now is committee will just kind of run this now like a bill that's up, and I would ask for some general comments first from the committee, and then I would ask for a motion on the bill, and then we'll go through and see what we want to keep and see what we want to throw out. Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, sorry to interrupt. I'm not sure if you intend to take public comment. I just know that Ms. Zerga's got her hand up in the Zoom to potentially comment.
Sure, I could do that. I think that's good enough. Bring in whoever we have for comment on this bill draft. Ms. Zerga, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Liz Zerga, representing the Wyoming Telecommunications Association. With respect to this working draft 22 LSO 140, my first comments are with respect to page 3, the change in lines 1 and 2 and the adding of the definition of special district. And I understand the concept that you want to expand who might apply for these state broadband grants as a public partnership. The one thing that gave me pause, improvement and service districts are a defined term in statute, and they definitely have the authority to join in supplying telecommunications or broadband to, if that's what's necessary as part of their district. Special districts, there are more than 700 of those. A lot of them have limited charters and that have nothing to do with, and they could not engage in this kind of thing. So for example, cemetery districts or a sewer district or those kinds of things. And the concern is that by changing this to special district, is there now an ambiguity in statute that you're granting them the authority to start supplying broadband? That's the question. And so what I think might be better is I think that improvement and service districts cover most everyone who you would want to be a public-private partnership. If there are a certain kind of special district that you also think might be the kind that you want to engage in broadband deployment, that it would be better to identify that kind of special district as opposed to just changing this to special district. So that's the first comment. And I'd be happy to answer any questions on that one. The second comment pertains to the discussion regarding these matching grant funds and the loan. I'll start with the matching grant funds. As I understand that this is matching grant funds that are coming out of the $10 million state broadband fund. Certainly under ARPA, that's a all-out grant that can be made as opposed to a matching grant. And I don't think there would be any use in trying to drag ARPA into this. But with respect to using the state for a match, a couple of things I note with respect to the language in D. One, I think you do want to clarify that the match, if you keep this section in here, is for a public-private partnership or public entity. It doesn't appear there, so I think you want to keep that so as to avoid any constitutional issues. That's the way we set up this broadband fund to start with, to avoid the constitutional issues. And I would just keep that clarity in this section by making sure that the applicants are the public-private partnership or the government entity pursuant to the rules that we already set up regarding how you decide if it's a public-private partnership or a government entity go alone. And then the second thing I note is there's
So Liz,
there's no
on that-
restriction on what this can be used for other than it's a match. So the question, I would assume that what you want to use this for is for providing service in unserved and underserved areas, but it doesn't say that. It doesn't say anything. And so I think that needs a little bit of work on that. It would be my point on that. And then with respect to the
Liz?
loan, all I can say
Liz,
about
can you hear
that
me?
is,
Can you hear me?
Mr. Chairman, barely.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So on the grant, I think what we're looking at, and I think he gave a really good example, is, you know, the federal dollars that may go to a library system and there needs to be a certain percent grant, you know, those are usually county libraries. So it would be the state providing the match for that grant. And or a telehealth, right, which could go to a private entity, but it would be about, it would be more like that, not, and we're going to have to tighten it up. I totally agree, but that's how I view it. I don't view it as a grant in any other fashion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that clarification. I think that's what needs to go in here then. It's something along the lines that it's for telehealth broadband or for wireless access point or whatever it is, but there's no parameters right now as to what it's to be used for. So that would be my only comment on that. And then with respect to the loan, the only thing I can say is my clients aren't going to use that. They are not going to use that kind of a loan provision. And I think there are better uses of the state grant money than that. It is, you know, it's a limited pot of money and there are many things that need to be done. Mapping, so critical. And so that would be my comment on that. And then the only other comment I have with respect to the bill, and this takes us to that point that I made just at a high level, is this section 3 with respect to these water districts, et cetera, that are exempted. If there's two ways to look at this. If the funding is coming from ARPA, this should probably be non-codified because we don't need to use the state broadband grant for that. It probably should be non-codified grant. The second point that I made before is what I really think the most bang for the buck and the least keeping the scope of it reasonable is it's the irrigation districts. It's not the little 9-person hookups or those kinds of things. It's the irrigation districts. And while it would be great to ask them to join one call for everything, a narrower scope would be irrigation districts operating in the public right of way. You know, that would hit where the real big rub is, where the big problem is. And that would be a separate bill. That would have to be a separate bill. And it would probably be a bill that would be controversial. But it would be exempting from the exemption irrigation districts, facilities that are in the public right of way. And then targeting the ARPA funding to compliance. And an irrigation district is a quasi-public entity. So I wonder if you even run into the constitutional issues. If you're using ARPA funding, you don't. We've already determined that. But if you're using state broadband grant funding, I question whether you even have a constitutional issue if it's to irrigation district for mapping. for purposes of compliance with one call. So those are my comments with respect to the bill, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment on behalf of YTA.
Liz, I appreciate it. Are there any other public comments? Or any other questions of Liz, real quick? If not, I'm going to test everybody's temperature. Would you all like to have a break before we delve into this bill? And would you like to have a 10-minute break? I think so. Yes, good deal. So we'll take a 10-minute break and be back at 10:44. All right. See if we have everybody here. I was just going to quickly go to Rob, Mr. Krieger. And Mr. Krieger, if you have any thoughts on this, obviously, there'll be some of this stuff in the bill we'll throw out, some we'll put in, maybe leave in. Do you have any thoughts you would like to give to us as we move forward?
Mr. Chairman, as it relates to the draft bill, I really don't. I think you guys covered the ins and outs, and I think Liz's or Ms. Zerga's comments were helpful. So no, I really don't have much on this piece of legislation. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it. So do I have, I'm still missing Lauren and Barbara. So I'm going to wait a second to see if they pop back in. And Brian, I'm going to have you come in. Thank you. And I'm going to kind of go, Senator Schuler, did you have your hand wave, or is that just a wave?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, my husband's outside the window and he just waved at me, so just disregard.
Thank you. Brian, I think I'm going to try to make this simpler, and that is I'm going to walk through the issues in the bill, and I'm going to do a straw poll, and so we can kind of get the cordwood, split the cordwood first, and rather than do it in a formal process, and then we'll get down to maybe a little more formal process on what we actually want to bring a bill forward in. And I think that'll be easier for the committee. And so if you could kind of help me along with that. And so committee, if you'll go to page 3, and if you go to the top, it's the addition of special district. Obviously, we heard Ms. Zerga's concerns or questions. I agree, there's everything from irrigation districts to mosquito abatement districts to whatever. And so my question back to the committee on this, the subcommittee, was, is there any special district that is not in an improvement and service district that you all were thinking about when you brought this idea? So Representative Yin or Senator Schuler or Barbara, do you guys have any reason for adding that particularly?
Mr. Chairman, so I'm trying to think of the special districts that we were thinking of specifically. I don't recall, and maybe one of the other members can help me out here, but I do think that rather than maybe a whitelist of specific special districts, if there are ones other than service or improvement districts, we could just kind of restrict what special district means to ones that actually have the authority to do public-private partnerships. And also maybe Brian could elucidate if he knows of any special districts that aren't improvement and service districts that would make sense.
So thank you, Rep. Yen. What I think I'm going to do, do you have any idea who brought this issue up? So that's and I know it's probably been a while. So who brought the idea up in the subcommittee? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, it wasn't me necessarily, but I think we would kind of talk mainly about water and sewer districts. Those were the districts I think that we were focusing on when we got talking about this. But I can see where there's, possibly some confusion with all the other districts out there. So I like what Rep. Yen had mentioned about maybe having Brian delineate which ones this could pertain to.
And thank you, Senator Schuler. Ryan, I see Ryan kind of popped up. Maybe he has Ryan Kudrow, do you have any thoughts? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think a lot of this came out from some of the instances like was seen in Lincoln County from Connect Wyoming and those projects. And so it was really brought forth that those special irrigation, not really special irrigation, but I'm sorry, I think I lost track here. To use the special districts for funding. Specific to that is parts of unincorporated counties. The one I'm very familiar with is in Teton County. And there's several homes there that qualify under different guidelines. But to do a public-private partnership, we found through the NTIA grant and some of the other activities that the counties, be it the commissioners or towns, they just simply don't have the bandwidth to really get involved in a public-private partnership. But so to relieve some of that, opening the opportunity to the applicant further through special districts and through other districts would help formulate that public-private partnership.
Barbara, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just to echo, I think what everybody else is saying, we talked a lot about the expansion of like a broadband special district, if you will. And in Teton County, we actually have done it with a special improvement district there. The other subdivision I think Ryan is referencing also has a water district. A lot is dependent upon how that district is formed and whether or not it could be a public-private partnership opportunity. But most everything I've seen is around the special improvement district side. I know when we first started talking about this, gosh, over a year ago, we had this same conversation and the impact of opening it up to any special district, and we opted at that time to leave it at the improvement and service special district level.
Brian, do you have any light to shed on any of this idea of special districts that might be a higher standard than just that basic language?
You know, Mr. Chairman, I think improvement and service district certainly covers a lot of this. I think the only other one I could think of that, may have authority would be some sort of special improvement district that's formed, as opposed to an improvement and service district. That's the only other one I could think of off the top of my head that, number one, may engage in this work, or number two, may have statutory authority to engage in this type of work. If you look at, for example, the water and sewer district, a lot of the language in that article that establishes those districts specifies what that district can do in terms of what it can construct and what it can do as a district. And, I think broadband for that type of district, you'd have to amend the substantive provisions of that district statutes to fully, authorize that.
Thank you. So committee, I think, how many want to retain our current language? I guess I think we just retain it. How many want to retain our current language? All but one. I'm in that camp. So all but one. So we'll strike that from any potential bill. And even though the language of the loan guarantee isn't in this definition section, I just wanted, how many of you would support, how many of you support leaving the loan guarantee in the bill? Okay, so Brian, that means that's gone. Let's skip down. Obviously, the other special district won't matter because we're going to take that out. Now, as we get down to the grants piece, and I want to bring Ryan back in on this grant to make sure we understand so Brian can formulate this grant. First of all, is there a general interest in trying to have a state match to a federal grant for some of these very specific things? How many kind of support that idea? Kind of a straw poll, raise your hand.
That's okay.
Okay, I see some concern with Barbara, so I'm going to ask Barbara what her concerns are there.
It's not necessary. It's kind of one that I'm neutral on.
Okay.
I think there was already, if you're talking about the state broadband fund and the 15%, there, I believe, was already some provision in there to waive that 15% if necessary. Is that accurate, Brian? If you're talking about the federal 15% matches, then I'm neutral.
Yeah, I think we're talking about a federal grant, a federal grant where somebody needs to have some entity needs to have a 15% state a match of some kind. So Ryan, my question to you is, I'm assuming this is going to be a government to government grant, right? Is that fair to, so the state of Wyoming would be doing a match for a governmental entity in the state of Wyoming, or, well, it wouldn't be with telehealth. So do we want to limit it to, I don't know that we want to limit it, but what are you thinking? Maybe we limit it to only private if it's telehealth. A lot of telehealth people are, they could be private or public entities. What are you thinking here, Ryan?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the whole idea behind it was in specific to USDA. I've been trying to look them up, and one specific is digital distance learning and telemedicine grants. It's for, to help build that out, which requires a 15% match from the state, and the state is one of the few applicants that can actually apply for the grant itself. And then that would go to providing the equipment, the end use equipment for schools or telehealth or distance learning. It would also help pay it would help pay for the broadband facility, and that facility would be, of course, a commercially attained facility from a private provider at that point through this grant program. It wouldn't pay to build any infrastructure or provide any public network for those particular grants. And yeah, no, it's not meant to support any infrastructure particular builds. It's just trying to move on our need for telehealth and distance learning in the state, and help further bolster that funding mechanism through available and existing federal grants by utilizing the funds we have.
So this would be federal grants needing a state match, and we can
Correct.
limit it to that. Barbara, please.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say then we need to add some language around that, because right now you're talking about the USDA or the telehealth grant, but what about the next grant? And the grant, if it doesn't require a public-private partnership. So I think it's just maybe some clarifying language in there, and I would be in favor of it.
So Rep Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to make sure that I'm clear on what this grant is for: matching funds for federal grant applications, but it's still within the grants defined by the Broadband Development Program. Doesn't that still need to be for public-private partnerships anyway? So it still falls within the conditions of the existing program. Maybe Brian can help me out on how this fits in.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Yin, I guess two thoughts. First, this language I would actually put in the broadband coordinator subsection, 912-1509C. The way, at least of what I'm hearing and understanding, is that this new language in the bill would, one way to go about this is to authorize the broadband coordinator on behalf of the state to apply for federal grants for which the state is required to provide X, not more than, or some X percent of matching funds for that grant. And then the broadband coordinator can use the funds in the broadband development sub-account as the matching funds for those grants. That I understand to be a completely separate concept to the one in the bill, which would allow those public-private partnerships or public entities to seek to use the broadband development sub-account funds as the matching funds for some other grant that they themselves are seeking. So I guess I see that as two distinct concepts for, and certainly, I'd follow, the task force direction on, one or both, or however those should be included in any bill draft.
And Brian, just a technical question, the way the broadband grant program is currently is a public-private partnership, could in fact ask for that match for that federal grant, for any grant now, right? I mean, that could be what there's nothing I think in our current language to preclude that from happening currently. That could be their application.
Mr. Chairman, I think the way the program was designed was, these public-private partnerships or public entities themselves would just apply for grants for their own projects, for their own broadband projects, as used in the draft, unserved and underserved areas. Like they wouldn't have to, apply for a match or use those for a match. They would just apply for the funds for the projects they were seeking.
But in fact, they could use those funds as a match for a further grant.
Mr. Chairman, I don't see anything in the broadband statutes that would preclude that. I think at that point, it would be a matter of the entity granting the other funds if ours would, if that would qualify. But I see nothing, I know of nothing in the broadband statutes that preclude that.
Okay, Canyon, Ms. Hardesty, I'm gonna go to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So I appreciate what you're saying, Brian, about there being two separate issues, because I think there are opportunities definitely beyond this to establish, a state, pot of money that can be used for that. The grants that we, collectively, in the community are able to apply for that require a non-state match. So even if there are initiatives through other organizations that are tied to telehealth beyond equipment, right, which could be family engagement, it could be, lots of other innovation pieces. There's one currently in the USDA track 2 that actually looks at, again, not the provision of equipment, but supporting collaborations, stakeholder engagement, those pieces. So I know that's a little bit of a side, but just to comment about what Brian is speaking about, if there are other opportunities beyond broadband, but still related to the provision of telehealth, to look at a state pot of funding for those partnerships, whether it's not just with state organizations, but I would say with other, not-for-profit entities that the USDA specifically calls out. I would love to see a conversation about that, but I'm supportive of this language too.
Thank you, Ms. Hardesty. And so Brian, I like both of those. So I like the idea, and we can kind of get this written down. The one is, it is the state seeking, going to put in their share of a match for a federal grant, and then the other one is on the telehealth side, that will authorize in statute the use of this money for telehealth in a grant form. And then we do it, then we require, it won't be, as you said, the broadband coordinator, it'll be the business council. And so what we would do is have rulemaking through the Wyoming Business Council on any rules that would be required to implement this, both the match for, the state match for a federal grant and the telehealth thing. And then that allows, I think, Barbara's groups, providers, to be able to comment and see an actual proposal of what rulemaking would be and what specifics might look like. And then we don't get into the weeds so much, particularly in the legislature, and we allow kind of rulemaking and that to develop. Does that sound like a reasonable course if we wanted to do it, Brian?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll certainly follow your direction. I think the only question I would have is if, Mr. Chairman, for you and the task force, is whether you would want any statutory limitation. One example of this would be, the working group discussed only using, 1.5 million of the 10 million for those grants. If you would want those figures to be codified in statute or left to rule, I think that would be a discussion for the task force to consider.
Yeah, I would say no more than 1.5 million a year. I think by rule and regulation, the business council could establish the amount, the maximum amount of any given grant. I think that would be better defined after you have a real understanding of what grants you may be seeking. What does the committee think? Are you guys kind of comfortable with that direction? Okay, straw poll, all those in favor of that idea, rulemaking to business council, no more than 1.5 million a year, 2 tracks, telehealth, and the state. All those in favor, just kind of raise your hand. It looks to me like we're good on that, Brian. Does that give you enough direction, you think?
Mr. Chairman, I think so for now. So just to be clear, the telehealth piece of this would open up those broadband sub-account funds for matching telehealth grants or just telehealth grants in general?
I think matching. So we would do matching, we would be part of a match. And the business council can establish the level of that match if they need to. And that'll give a little authority there. Is that, Ms. Hardesty, does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it opens up lots of opportunities if we have state funding for that. So, yep, thank you.
Okay, are we all good with that? Last chance to raise your hand and go no. Okay, sounds good. Brian, if you come up with anything else, obviously this is going to be a bill that's a work in progress. We'll probably get a draft, ship it around, make sure people are comfortable with it. Then ultimately it'll be us to ship it off and, to another committee anyway. So it's not like we're taking this. This will have more opportunity for public comment if it comes either during the legislature or to a committee before the legislature. Okay, so let's move on. We've already decided against. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, so we are, the loan guarantee is out. And so we can go on to the page 6, and we've talked about the dollar limitations. So we're good there, Brian. Brian says, kind of shaking his head, yes. And then we come to page 7, and then the old appropriator in me kind of comes out on when you talk about 2 positions. And I guess I'm going to ask Rob or Mr. Krieger. One, we're not obligated to go, hey, governor's office, what are you thinking? We can make a recommendation. As an appropriations guy, asking for 2 positions in the place we're at, even with federal dollars, might be a bridge too far. But I would ask the governor's office and Mr. Krieger, if you've put some thought into this. I really believe we need to ask for one additional position with federal dollars. But what are your thoughts, Mr. Krieger?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would be in agreement with that. I think we all know the fiscal situation as it pertains to state dollars. So I agree with your assessment there. But since there are quite a bit of federal funds in our lap that we have quite a bit of time to spend, I think sort of a position for maybe an AWAC or some sort of contract that we can do, I think would make a lot of sense.
Perfect. And Ryan, I know this directly affects you. So I would rather see the one position that does all of those things you listed. But if you really feel that this work can't go forward without two, then I want to hear, some compelling reasons why we should try to go down that. Even though it's federal dollars, it's just tough to get positions.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and definitely it is, I understand getting positions and such. And I guess the lessons learned have been very recent through the NTIA grant. Finally, again, the reason we applied for that was due to the lack of bandwidth on the local level. So that really compelled us to come into that program a month after the NOFO was released. And of course, our providers, once again, did exactly what they did last year. They answered the call in a very succinct order. Once again, we're well above the $30 million target, almost 3 times the target with applications. But ultimately, it lended to the point that probably at one point we had almost half of the business council involved in that application at some point. So you take that together, combine it with the mapping, and we had quite a crew busy and still do. And then that doesn't count the ARP that's coming forward and the multitudes of ARP that's coming forward, 602 and 604 specifically because of infrastructure. Makes no homage to the impending infrastructure bill that the state of Wyoming will. Let me back up a second. Section 604, we will get the block grant as mentioned, $109 million. However, Treasury came out earlier this week. I get my days lost, so please excuse me. But there is a remaining balance on the Coronavirus Capital Project Fund of $4.6 billion, which each state has an allocation in that they have to go back and apply for. It won't be a block grant at that point. And because of that outline and further, because of the outline on existing ARP money and how they tend to take existing processes and bring them into new bills on the federal level, I anticipate something similar in infrastructure. As proposed right now, Wyoming is set to receive another $100 million out of the infrastructure strictly for broadband. And then there will be a significant amount of money available after that block grant that we can again go apply for, that currently is being proposed as an allotment that we can apply back for. But again, it takes the effort on the state's part to apply the money. And then of course it's written in such a way that should we not apply for money, then it goes into a general pot and it's open for any state that cares to apply. So the reason for asking, and definitely don't want to overextend on positions just to build positions, but I want to make sure that we as a state are positioning ourselves well enough that as this money is becoming available from the feds, that we have to, that's not in an appropriated standpoint, that we have the bandwidth to reach out and garner those opportunities for the state. So it's kind of a preclusion of what's to come. To where we get those people on board, get them up to speed, and actually have a clear path forward on items that are already in play, but are being proposed all the way through the federal level.
Thank you, Ryan. So I do hear some sense of need there. And Lauren, I'll get to you just a second. I do have a question for Mr. Krieger. I look at page 7 and the way this is written. And, it's not going to be the coordinator that hires staff. I assume we'd want to say the business council to be used, with the coordinator, have some, it'd be the business council that you, as the governor's office, that would be the agency we're working in. They would be the one that would get authorization through the legislature, probably, right?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, and Lauren, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to echo a little bit of what Ryan just stated, in that I've been pushing for a few years at least to get some more bandwidth under the business council so that we as Wyoming can take opportunity. And now is the prime time. We have hundreds of millions of dollars potentially available to our state to roll out. And I mean, one person with as expansive and rural as our state is, it's just not, it's not going to happen in the timeliness that we need it to. Some of the other states that have been very successful at this have put a lot of power and a lot of people behind that. And so I think that it's not really that much of a reach to request for 2 people at this point in time. And I actually think, I mean, we could probably do well with using 4 people. And I know that potentially is a reach, but I definitely support the additional 2 positions if possible.
Okay. And Ms. Sessions, you know, obviously you guys have to work through this office, and if there's a plug at the office level, you can't get approval for projects, right?
Correct. And as a side note, Mr. Chairman, when we apply for grants internally, we typically have a team of 6 to 8 internal individuals working at any one time to accomplish this. And so what the Business Council did with the NTIA grant was pretty impressive.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, I'm going to back off my appropriator thing, but Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just I guess a couple of things in response to the discussion. First, in light of what I've heard, you know, I'm not sure this language on page 7, on lines 10 through 12 is even necessary. You know, I mean, that language could be omitted regardless of where the task force wants to go with positions. You know, the other thing I would mention, Mr. Chairman, is, you know, the authorization for the positions wouldn't necessarily have to be in a standalone bill, that it is something that could be accomplished through, you know, through the next budget bill as well.
Right, and we already made a recommendation to the Appropriations Committee on personnel. I don't think it hurts to have it in this bill, but I agree that we don't need it in this section because it's not typically how agencies get staff. That's not the process, is to just say, subject to legislative authorization. Well, obviously we can authorize whatever we want. So I would urge us to get rid of it here. And then in the section where we appropriate money, that's where we do it. That's where we can have the conversation with the Appropriations Committee at any session with this bill, is we want to see this happen. Does that make sense to everybody? Are you good with that? Dump it here, but keep it in the appropriations side. Okay. So let's jump to page 8. And that is, in fact, let's see, this is authorized through the established in the, this is all federal. So Brian, help me out. So this is all the positions all out of federal dollars, right?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. This would be ARPA funds for, you know, currently as drafted 2 additional positions. You know, Mr. Chairman, I think it was mentioned, you know, potentially changing this to at-will employment positions rather than FTEs. You know, that certainly is a point for consideration, but this would last from the effective date of this section to the end of the next biennium, ending in 2024.
So group, I think we ask for 2 AWAC positions and how they're funded. Obviously, they're funded a little differently. You know, ultimately, if we continue down the path and Ryan's short, at some point, he's probably going to have, you know, a full-time position maybe. But let's start with this. What do you guys think? Are you good with 2 AWACs out of federal dollars? Thumbs up, raise your hand if you support that idea. Perfect. Okay. We're good on that. Thanks, Brian. And let's see, that's just on page 9. That's just the funding we just talked about. It's where the funding comes from, right?
And yes, Mr. Chairman, and you know, I don't know if the task force would want to do this today, or if it's, more prudent to wait until, a more defined sum certain is available. But yeah, I just note that that appropriation, at least in the draft, is currently blank.
Yes, I think if we define them as AWACS, they're going to be in a range of money because AWACS typically are, I believe. And so I don't think we need a dollar figure, Brian, unless, I just don't think we do. At that point, it'll be, agency will say what they want. The appropriations committee, if it's in a bill, will determine if that's the amount they want to provide. And that's kind of how it would work. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think just before introduction of the bill, you'd want to at least put some figure in there.
Okay.
But
So as you write this up, talk to our good friend Don Richards and ask him what the cost of 2 AWACS are. And we'll throw that cost in. Does that work for everybody? Shaking of heads seems to. Senator Cost, are you good with that? All right, sounds good. Let's move on down to bottom of page 9. Who should they report to? I think they report to the Appropriations Committee, JAC. You guys good with that? That was a blank left in the form in the bill. As we move to page 10, section 3, I know I can't support section 3, but I'll ask for a raise of hand. My idea on this whole issue is that we try to put some of those unobligated earnings back to the business council and the coordinator for mapping. And we make an effort, spend some money actually to try to map these irrigation and sewer districts and see if we can get as much of that as possible in there. We can talk about a bill that's going to be mandatory. But you're looking at a rancher and a farmer, and it's going to be really tough on this committee to get that as a mandatory thing through. I think it's a good debate, but I'm not running that bill. And so all of those that are in favor, just straw poll, all those that are in favor of section 3, raise their hand. Nope. Okay, it's gone.
Mr. Chairman?
Barbara, please.
Yeah,
So Barbara, I don't know if it's me or you, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, I think Barbara's phone disconnected or hung up because she was on audio through the phone.
Yeah, your audio went away.
Sorry, I apologize. I think I lost my voice connection.
Thank you. Please continue.
Yeah, so my question was whether or not we were voting to keep section 3 as it was in the bill, or if there's also an additional conversation around pulling it out as a separate bill, asking for participation in the one call.
That would be a separate bill. So it would be to pull out, the straw poll is to pull out section 3 as it exists in this bill, that we don't want it in this bill.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think we pull it out, Brian. I didn't see much support for it. And so that'll move on to page 12. And then we get into section 4. And I guess what I would like to do here is put a dollar figure on that. There's 700,000 available in earnings. I don't want to give that carte blanche to anybody. And so I think we make us, this is my recommendation, you guys can tweak it or you can do all of it if you want, would be that we do 350,000 and that we sub-identify 200,000 of that for specifically for mapping projects. And that can be whatever projects we want, but I think it should also include this idea of mapping stuff within highways and mapping, trying to map other infrastructure in rights of ways. So that would be my recommendation. What are you all thinking? This is a conversation. So Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I think you hit the nail on the head. I was going to suggest a percentage of that 700 and some thousand, but I think by just including the 350 and then the 200,000 for mapping, I think that takes care of it just fine. So.
And Ryan, I'm going to put you on the spot. I think anything helps out, but that would probably help out quite a bit, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. That would help out considerably and definitely keeping everything between the lanes as far as mapping and really gives homage to how important that is.
And let's be honest, because he's in the business council, they've had to absorb a lot of his costs once we did that initial appropriation. So I think this allows a little bit of leeway. Any other thoughts from the group before we do a straw poll? Is that okay? All those in favor of 350 with 200 of it going to mapping, raise your hand. Cool. Brian, does that work for you?
Yep, got it, Mr. Chairman.
And so now comes the question, and Barbara, if we bring that out and really what Ms. Zerga's recommendation was that irrigation districts that have infrastructure operating in public rights of ways must be a part of one call. I'm not running that bill. I'm a rancher. And so, but I am willing to hear the debate on it. If somebody wants to move that idea, get a bill drafted, we can do all that. I think it'll be fairly controversial, but certainly willing to hear what you all have to say. Ms. Sessions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since I brought this forward, I'll go first, but I understand that water conversations are going to be pretty controversial in the state. However, I'm not sure we can have our cake and eat it too. If you want broadband expansion in the state of Wyoming, I think we have to address some of the barriers. And this is a pretty significant one, at least in the public right of ways. If there were something that would help locate those facilities, we would save tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, which would then in turn keep our internet rates low for our customers. So I think it's good to have the conversation, and if it's a bill that gets people at least talking about it, I'm in favor of that.
Okay. Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I am afraid of using a stick because I think the stick, it will not be well received in the legislature. I think as you were pointing out as well. And that was kind of the goal with trying to structure it as an incentive. I don't know if the incentive would necessarily work either. Maybe because, like you said, if you don't know it's there, then you can't report it regardless, even if there was an incentive. So maybe at the very least, we need to map out what people do know. And so some of that could be helped by the new positions in the Business Council, or maybe it needs to be a position by itself that literally just goes around calling every district to figure out what each of those districts already know, and then at least putting that on a map somewhere. And so I don't necessarily have a recommendation on whether that's an additional position or is a responsibility added for some of these new positions, but it's something that I would throw out there rather than putting a stick in a bill that probably won't make it.
So here's a recommendation. I know we put 200,000 aside for mapping. Let's leave that alone. And let's do another ask of $100,000 specifically to map unknown infrastructure within public rights of way. And is that the word I'd use, Barbara? Do you think something like that?
Yes, something like that I think would work.
So
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
one way you could do that is to say for mapping underground facilities within the public rights of way, and that would mirror the term that's used in the Underground Facility Notification Act.
Perfect. Yeah, I like that. And so we set aside a chunk of money out of those unobligated specifically to do this. And I think this is, and as I think about this issue and I look at Mr. Krieger there and the governor's office, maybe they take this, and I would entertain a motion of this, that we make a recommendation, even though we're going to put this in a bill, that we make a recommendation to the governor that if he can find $100,000 of ARPA or CARES Act money, that he start the process of doing the mapping on these that very verbiage, mapping these underground facilities in public rights of way, to try to start it more immediately so we have it more ready, more information ready and available for new infrastructure, and then also more for where existing work is just being replaced. So are you guys good with that? Will we do that as a recommendation as well to try to get this going? All those in favor, kind of liking that idea, raise their hand. Okay, good. And I guess, Mr. Krieger, you probably got that loud and clear, but we'll send that out officially. Brian, does that work? Okay, thank you. And I think that gets us through the bill. And so, Brian, we're kind of down to just a few topics. Can you run over what we would have in this bill?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So I think after the changes that were discussed, the only items that would remain in the bill would be authority for the business council through the broadband coordinator to pursue matching grants on behalf of the state for federal grants, and then also offer the opportunity for using the broadband sub-account funds for matching telehealth grants. Then it would be the 2 AWAC positions. And then finally, the appropriation from the broadband development sub-account. By my math, I would have 450,000 of the appropriated to the business council, 200,000 for just general mapping purposes, and then 100,000 specifically for mapping underground facilities that are located in public rights of way.
Perfect. So if anybody's good with that, we'll make a motion on that and then we'll vote on it. Would anybody in the committee like to make that motion?
So moved.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved by Representative Yin, seconded by Senator Cost. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Perfect. What we'll do, Brian, it's a fairly simple bill now, I think. And so we'll get this back out to everybody and they can say if they approve or disapprove. And then we'll get a bill drafted under my name and Senator Furphy's name, if he's okay with that as co-chairs. And then we'll see, just as a draft, and then we'll see if we might want to shove this off to a committee and what committee that would be. And we would do that at a later time. Does that sound good, Senator Furphy, Co-Chair Furphy?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Is that have we dotted enough I's on this, Brian, for you?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think I have enough to get started. Certainly would, reserve the right to, ask questions if they come up.
Yeah. All right, I think we shall continue. We're only 2 hours behind. But I think that was a really good discussion. I really appreciate the subcommittee from taking a look at those things. And so now I think we can go to Rob Krieger, kind of with an update. And my idea, Rob, is, and both for you and Ryan, is, I know a lot is going on out there in the world of broadband and federal grants. And as much as anything, some of it I know about, some of it I may not know about, but certainly if we have public watching, they don't know a lot of this. So I think it's important that we get out what all's going on, what's the direction of the governor's office, and frankly, how can we help? How can we, the legislature, and these members of the citizens, these citizen members, help you get things done? So, Mr. Krieger.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and apologies for not identifying myself earlier. I'm Rob Krieger with the governor's office. Really, I think the bill that was worked back in June that was focused on the second iteration of Connect Wyoming, I found very helpful because that, it has increased the speeds, put a little bit of a marker for an appropriation for us to kind of gear towards. And I think those sort of things are helpful for us as we move down that road for Connect 2.0. Just a little update on that is we're still moving at the timeline that was laid out in June. Plan to have that open in mid to late fall. We'll get some marketing out there so people are aware that that's coming, get it to the providers and open up that process. And it really will be a lot like last time. Not a whole lot will change other than we do want to put a protest period in there. So if we do, grant an award and a provider feels that they already served that, we'll allow that discussion to take place. And then increase the speeds, which I think is pretty consistent with what we're seeing across the nation, really, in other states with unserved and underserved. So as it relates to Connect Wyoming 2.0, that's really the timeline still on track there.
And could you repeat that timeline? Because I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Chairman, it would be, we're hoping mid to late fall is when we would open up the application process. So the providers could then apply, we're letting them pick their areas. Again, we're going to avoid overbuilding. So that's where we'll sift through those. And then the plan would be in the winter, we would, Ryan or Mr. Kudra and myself and whoever we contract with will have done that analysis, grant those awards to bring to you all in February when you're in town with a more precise dollar figure for the demand.
Perfect. I was wondering which fall you were talking about. I think that's great. I love the idea that you're let's get this done. Let's get it ready and rolling. And so it's just a approval process or a modification in the legislature. So kudos to you guys. And then are you or Ryan going to give an update on the bigger world of the federal government and broadband deployment and the different chunks of money that's coming and what we might see?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Ryan would probably be better to go over that and the NTIA grants and all that. I know, just so you all know and the public knows as well, for more of a higher level ARPA discussion, I know Rennie McKay from our office, from the governor's office, will be presenting that to GAC next week as well, which will also fit in some of broadband, just so kind of a whole scope of how we're trying to tackle all this federal money. So.
Perfect. Does anybody have any questions of Rennie? Rennie, do you or the governor's office have any concerns about any of the trails that were, the rabbit trails we're going down? Are we, I'd rather hear it now and then hear it later. So if you do, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, I don't. I think the discussion today was helpful, having the provider aspect from it as well. I feel pretty comfortable with where we're going on broadband in specific, getting Ryan and his shop a little more help. I think when you're always in a pinch time-wise, I think it makes it just work more efficient. I think we did that last year, but we also were able to figure out some things we could do better. And I think the fact that we have until 2026 this go around is going to be a lot easier for us to just make sure we have all our I's dotted and T's crossed. So I feel comfortable with the direction we're heading on broadband.
Thank you. Rep Yin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Rob, I mean, I get that Rennie will give a presentation to JAC, but I just want to figure out maybe like where on the priority list that broadband infrastructure kind of stands with the governor, and especially given, you know, I've heard the governor talk about maintaining workforce, and I think a big part of one is if during this year kids will need to be remote for whatever reason, or people need access to telehealth to make it easier for them to stay in their job, et cetera, so they don't have to take as much time off to go to doctor's appointments. I think broadband is going to be pretty essential going forward. And I just want to see if we can get a little bit more of elucidation on how broadband sits in the priority when, you know, I think our allocation for ARPA money is about $1 billion, right? Plus the 100 million that Mr. Kadera said that will probably be coming in the infrastructure bill if it does pass. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please, Mr. Krieger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Yin, you know, I don't have a 1, 2, 3, or 4 ranking, but I will just say that it is most certainly a priority of the governor's. He's mentioned before this ARPA money being that it is adding to our massive national debt that, you know, future generations are going to be paying this off. And so the governor wants to really make certain that we're investing this money and future generations will be able to, you know, get the benefits from this. And I couldn't think of a better thing than broadband that fits that narrative. So yes, it is certainly a priority.
Thank you, Mr. Krieger. Any other questions of Mr. Krieger? You know, and you know, I don't need to say this because I said it at the beginning, but I'm going to say it again, is we have to find a way to get everybody connected well. You know, I know it's a challenge, and I know it's a challenge for providers. And if there's going to be some real struggles on this funding, because there's going to be places that say they're covered by providers that are not, you know, that are not getting quality broadband. And I'm one of them. And there's a whole bunch of neighbors like me that live up and down different valleys that you get on ranches. And if the federal government comes up with a new infrastructure bill and there's so many billions for broadband and we can't get internet to ranches and farms in America, that's a shame on us event. So thank you, Mr. Krieger. And Ryan, really, I'd like from you, what's the world out there of federal grants for broadband, and where do we sit in that, you know, various iterations of stuff that I know exist?
Yeah, Chairman, and I apologize too. I didn't introduce myself to the public either, but Ryan Kudra, the broadband manager for the Wyoming Business Council. Yeah, where we stand on federal availability at this point is pretty far and wide. Of course, with the ARPA funds, you know, section 602 and 604, that's kind of the beginning of it all. Now, with part of the infrastructure going through, it's relegated back around through. They wanted initially to run it through NTIA. Now we might be held up there a little bit even after the passage of the bill because they want to run it through the FCC as far as it's being presented now, only after the FCC updates their maps. So I think we're going to see some of that come back around. Now the NTIA has a very extensive map that is available to myself. And it's, you know, it is a protected, they have one instance that's public, the rest is private, just to help support the states in some of their issues, and likewise helps us build the framework for the map that YGISC is currently building for the state on top of, you know, gives us the outline, and we're actually able to utilize that relationship to help bolster our mapping efforts to greater levels than starting at the ground floor. For further, just a rundown, of course, ARP, depending on how much comes through on applications. And just a general idea, I kind of alluded to it a little bit before, the NTIA grants, we told, we were very public in the fact that NTIA wasn't going to award anything larger than 30 million. So we were trying to stay within that framework in the release, saying, hey, we're going to look at $30 million state application, which I think we got 80 plus million in applications that we had to ultimately whittle down to 30. We were highly advantaged in some of those because a significant portion of Wyoming, as most know, is actually considered frontier rather than rural on some of the USDA and EDA guidelines that they run with. So that helps us dramatically in the scoring processes when rurality is part of the scoring, such as USDA and TIA, and that is also being part of the infrastructure grant. As far as numbers, again, it depends on what comes out of the ARP discussions. I think 150 is on the table for the current proposal. So there's 150. The infrastructure plan right now is being proposed with 150 million block grant to the state. So that would take our block grant total to 250 million within Wyoming. But then we can also go back and apply for the and I don't know the terminology, but the section of the 604 coronavirus infrastructure program underneath ARP that we have to go back and apply for. That could add, that appropriation is not out publicly yet, but that could add another 100 million to our pot, taking us to 300. And then likewise with the additional applications we could have through the infrastructure program, we would get into the $400 to $500 million range in the next, what I'm estimating, the next 3 years through block grants and through grants that we would apply for strictly for infrastructure. And that would not, of course, that number would go up dramatically depending on the allotted amount for ARP because of the flexibility on Section 602. Now, so those are the monies available. To give some kind of homage to that, on the NTIA grant on speeds, the speeds were set at a 25.3 area, so it was considered underserved or unserved if the speeds were 25.3 or less, but the solution had to be 100/20. So so the identified areas that would be eligible for the grant would be at a speed at less than 25.3, but the ultimate, again, the solution that would come out would be 100/20. So I'm a little, and just for your information, there's a little bit of a cautionary tale on the 100/20 because that if you don't have 25.3 now and we raise 100/20, then you're not going to get 100/20 either because it does open significant portions if we just stand to that point, which I think we have the ability to work around that through iterations of the process. So looking forward to that. Then going back to the last, kind of the last hurrah with CARES, Governor Gordon's office allowed 200,000 for the mapping project. We have gotten that into the Business Council. We have gotten the contracts with these data providers. We've got access to the data sets, got the contracts in process with YGISC, and they've actually and I want to be well known about this, that they have proceeded on and worked towards our end goal, even though we didn't have the payment in place as they've always done. So they've been great help to the Business Council and the state in this project. So with that, we anticipate that we'll have that map, another iteration of proof of concept back here by mid-October. That way we can look at how that's going to play out and how we define Connect Wyoming 2.0. So that's where we're at with that mapping project. We'll have access to all the data sets for the year and then really give us a good outline for moving forward, especially with these new mapping initiatives as well. To that fact, part of that CARES was for a marketing program for the mapping program, not only for the request, the public request for speed tests, but also supporting our collaborative effort with the Department of Education on the K-12 student connectivity survey. we'll be able to market both of those simultaneously, as well as including some of the marketing, because it's legislated that of the advisory committee for this mapping project. We'll be able to roll some of the advisory committee marketing, of course, all underneath the WBC flagship for mapping the advisory committee and get a little more public engagement on the broadband processes that the state's involved in. And then to that, we're developing in the mapping portion what I'm referring to as a provider dashboard, where the FCC currently has their regulations of the provider submits their data over this open window. I can't remember I think it's biannually, if I remember right, but they have to submit that information at that point. So we have the provider dashboards in process already, and we want to make it available to the providers. It'll be 24/7, 365. If they want to update their information, they can do it daily, and go from there. So, ease of use for the providers as well as ourselves as we move that engagement forward. And other than that, we'll say back again, kudos to everybody at the Business Council, and our providers for getting quick out there on the applications for NTIA. Again, we have 15 projects out there if we're successful with that, with 2,574 service locations that have been proposed. And the required match on that program was 10%. And because of the participation of our providers, we were actually able to go to the boards with over 15% match. The higher the match, the higher the scoring. So again, that with the frontier rurality aspect and some other high marks on the Wyoming application, we anticipate a good chance of success.
Thanks, Ryan. I think that's all good news. Does anybody have any questions of Ryan? Senator Cost and then Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian, my question, they keep saying that they want 100, 2,500 or 2,000, I guess it is. But has anybody taken into account the fact that to pay for that is extremely expensive? So for most of us, I mean, just 3 and 7 is a pretty pricey price. I know for me it is anyway. Maybe I'm on the wrong end of the monetary side. I was just wondering, how do they plan to answer that when you're looking at those kind of speeds and the cost that it entails?
Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Cost. Not clear on your reference to cost, whether it be the consumer side or the actual cost installation. I put out a report in April, basically going back on a research that I had done on what it would take to bring the state to 25.3 on varying platforms. And back in April, and of course this was after Connect Wyoming, that it would take over $800 million at this point to bring Wyoming up to 25.3. So, and that's probably in today's market a little low, but that would be relative the cost to bring everyone to 25.3. If we did a little more hybrid, it would bring that hybrid being fiber and fixed wireless. That would bring that number down to around 500 million. On the low side, upwards to 600 to 700 million. So running off of that and just basic, industry knowledge and what is out there, if we took and went to a blanket 100 over 20, we could easily take that number and multiply it by 3 to 3.5 times. So we're starting to push into the, into the $3.5 to $4 billion for the state to meet 100 by 20 answer.
So thanks, Ryan. And I think, some of it is, what is the cost to the customer? And I think I think it raises a good question, and I'm gonna go to Barbara on this. As we see more and more government and federal dollars poured into this space, where is the guarantee of that broadband remains affordable. So if there's going to be a lot of government money thrown into this, which there needs to be, or we don't get any service, then how do we know that people will be able to even afford the basic, let alone, so are there standards out there? So Barbara, when you get a big federal grant, or if you get a state grant, are there some requirements to maintain a region-wide average, for example, on pricing?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the answer is maybe a little complex, but when we are in our ILEC, our incumbent areas, we are required to do some evaluations on pricing guidelines. And so there is some guidance there that we're given. When we're in our competitive areas, the market is typically driving the price of internet. Obviously, we're all for-profit entities, and so we do have to cover our costs and earn margin, but there is guidance. There's some rural and urban guidance on pricing that we all follow to make sure that we're in line there in our incumbent areas, and then really the competition typically drives in our competitive markets.
But even, and I agree, but Barbie, even in competitive markets, we're creating maps so we don't overlay new projects on old projects, which basically creates the competition that creates the good pricing for the consumer. So even in those competitive areas, you may not have any provision at all on pricing. Is that right?
So again, we've done a couple of grants in some competitive markets where there is guidance. We still have to follow that urban pricing structure to ensure that our prices are that of what they could get in a more urban area.
Okay, thank you. I do worry about pricing. I think for the poor, I think there's some federal programs out now, and I don't know, Canyon or Ryan or Barbara, those are ongoing, right? I mean, they haven't been dumped yet. Is that correct, Barbara?
Correct.
Good. All right. Any other questions of Ryan? Oh yeah, Senator Schuler. Sorry about that. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had I wanted to get a little bit of information on the ongoing projects you have. And I actually don't need to have that right now, but if you could just send that, I'd be interested in knowing where those projects are and what the progress is on each of those, just to kind of see, the progress we're making around the state and where we're, maybe we're doing some good things. And because I do have people from around the state that ask about, what do you know, since you're on the broadband task force, what do you know about this or that or whatever. So I would just like to maybe have you send that. And I don't know if the rest of the committee would be interested in it, but I'd like to see where those projects are and the progress. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a great idea. If there's no other questions, we have a public comment section. And I know I've had a couple of texts on people that wanted to talk about telehealth, kind of. And so, public comment, we got a public comment now that's a general update. And so Brian or Emily, if we have some folks that want to get in and talk about telehealth, I think this would be a good time to bring them in, or anybody that has general comments right now.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, to that end, I just ask for those on Zoom who wish to comment just to raise their hand and we'll get them in.
Perfect. Thanks, Brian. So we'll see if we get any hands raised.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm not seeing any hands, and I defer to my colleagues. I don't believe there's anyone present in the room for in-person comment.
Okay. I know there were in May, I don't know how people view this, but I do know there were 2 people that wanted to comment, but they're going to have to figure out how to get into our space so they can comment. So,
And yeah, Mr. Chairman, I know one of them, we did send the link to one of those who had requested it. I don't see her in the room though.
okay, very good. All right, well, we'll move on and normally you'd think about lunch right now, but we have 1 bill left. And we have public comment first in this space, and we already went through that, no public comment. I just got a text from that individual, and she said she was too late to get in the Zoom, and she's really not. So anyway, we'll get her comment eventually, I guess. So with that, I'm going to end public comment on this, and we will go to consideration of the bill draft 0054. And so what I'll do is have Brian run through that bill draft to remind us what all is in that. We'll take public comment, and if that individual is listening, we have a telehealth piece in this bill, and they certainly could provide public comment during that period of time as well. And so on Brian 0054.
Sure thing, Mr. Chairman, and members of the task force, you should have working draft 0.7 before you. Just by way of recap from June, this bill draft would appropriate the ARPA Capital Projects Fund, so that's the section 604. Funds for broadband access and telehealth access projects, and it provides requirements for those projects. Just to go through this quickly, page 2 starts with definitions again, defines ARPA funds to only include those capital project funds, so not the full 1.25 billion. It defines broadband internet access project, the business council, healthcare provider. Moving on to page 3 are definitions of local government entity. New in this draft, Mr. Chairman, on page 3, line 9 is a definition of low latency. And I'll mention a bit more about that in a minute, but this definition is taken directly from the other bill that the task force advanced back in June. So it's an identical definition. The definition of telehealth hasn't changed, and then this draft includes definitions for unserved and underserved areas. And both of those, again, are identical to the definitions in the prior draft. The reason that they are included in this draft now is in light of some of the amendments that specifically references prioritizing projects in underserved and unserved areas. So that's kind of the genesis for adding those definitions in this draft. Moving on page 4, line 25, section 2, this is the language that establishes the broadband wireless access point program. So it would use ARPA funds for local governmental entities to apply for funds to complete broadband internet access projects where they would establish public wireless points for the community. The only language that's different in this draft as compared to the previous version is on page 5, lines 6 through 8. And that would just set a maximum amount of each grant. That there wasn't a dollar figure in the amendments that were submitted at the last meeting, so the task force would need to set that maximum amount. And then page 5, line 10, this is also new language in this version. It would require the business council to adopt rules to prioritize applications that show one of these or multiple of these factors. First, that there's a significant number of underserved or unserved households within the proposed project area. 2, the wireless internet access point would be located in an area that includes an economically disadvantaged population. And then 3, no quality wireless internet access exists within the proposed project area. And the staff comment on the top of page 6 is just a note for the task force to consider defining or clarifying what exactly is meant by quality wireless internet. I think that's a term that it's not clear from the face of the statute what that would mean, or if it's left to the business council to define through rule. But that would be something for the task force to look at. And in paragraph 4, this is the language the task force, or excuse me, the working group considered and recommended its deletion, but it would require the business council to prioritize applications where the applicant shows how it would minimize negative impacts to broadband investment by commercial providers and negative impacts on existing wireless internet offerings of commercial providers and other local businesses. Moving on to page 7, section 3, this is the telehealth program. It just requires the Department of Health to establish a program for grants to healthcare providers for telehealth equipment and telehealth for the provision of telehealth services. The only new addition in this section is that last sentence on page 7, line 5 to 7. That would set a maximum figure for a grant under this program. And that would be another one of the areas where the task force would need to fill in the blank for that. And then the remaining portions of the bill draft are pretty similar. It would be $8 million for the broadband projects from the capital, from the ARPA capital fund. And then on page 8, it's $1 million for the telehealth projects that would go to the Department of Health. On page 8, line 21, this is language because these funds have already been appropriated for various educational capital construction projects, both in the budget bill and the capital construction bill for the 2021 general session. This language is an attempt to make clear that these would take priority over those projects, the reality of which being, probably ineligible for these capital projects funds for those facilities. And I would just ask for the task force indulgence and flexibility in crafting that language, depending on how, we're still kind of interpreting how that should read in light of those other appropriations. Finally, the remainder of the bill draft is.
Brian, just on that note, if we want to just, the idea was we had this 109 million, you can't spend it on the infrastructure that was appropriated, but we could soften that up and just say any ARPA money on any of this, right?
Mr. Chairman, you could do, you could just use the 1.25 billion or a portion of that, or these funds. I think the reality is they probably would be available, but that's certainly a decision for the task force. And the other bill, it pulled from both pots.
Right. I think that would, if we go down the path, that's what we'll do to make it cleaner, I think. Please continue.
Sure thing, Mr. Chairman. Page 9, so subsection D, just requires the expenditure of these funds to be in accord with state and federal law. It would require recipients to comply with provisions in a 2021 Senate File 118, where the recipient would have to report to the governor the amount of any grants that are received, and then any rules of the governor's office for reporting requirements in order to comply with the terms and conditions of the federal funds. Subsection E requires the governor, in consultation with the Business Council and the Department of Health, to promulgate rules for both of these programs, and as well as rules to ensure that adequate consideration is provided to the state for the expenditure of these funds. It provides, on the bottom of page 9, subsection F, just sets the deadline for expending the ARPA funds, and it cuts off the grants at the end of 2024, or if that deadline is extended, to whatever that date is in federal law. And then this bill draft would be effective immediately.
All right. Any questions of Brian about the bill draft? And before we take some public comment on it, don't see anybody raising their hand. Ms. Hardesty.
Thanks, Chairman. So just to clarify what you said about the restrictions on the funds and the potential opportunity to soften that language, I heard capital, knowing that that's maybe infrastructure and equipment, versus another opportunity again to more broadly define that some of this money could be ARPA in general, so it could be used for other things beyond equipment and capital things. Can you help me understand that more?
Brian, do we have an idea of the 109 that was appropriated and eventually got guidance on? Do we know kind of what's in that guidance?
So Mr. Chairman, we at this point there is no guidance. I think Mr. Kudra mentioned this a bit ago. They did update the website for that capital projects fund, the 109 million, to at least allude to the fact that states would have to apply for those funds. Their statement of purpose seems more limited to using those funds for broadband and connectivity type projects. I think the discussion earlier was that $109 million has already been appropriated for capital construction projects for schools and college facilities. And so the language that was on, beginning on the bottom of page 8 was just an attempt to say that these appropriations here of that 109 million would take precedence over those other projects. Those projects most likely not being an appropriate use of that capital projects fund. Now, the state is also, of course, receiving the larger relief fund in a separate section of ARPA. That would be the 1.25 billion. And I think, Mr. Chairman, your comment was, make that part of the pot from which this $9 million in this bill draft could be pulled from.
Correct. Okay, any other questions of Brian, Mr. Fuller? Nope. Okay, Brian, I guess if we can get some public comment, that'd be good.
Yep, and Mr. Chairman, we've got a couple online and we're getting them in now.
In the meantime, Brian, I do have a question for you. We'll eventually, I know Ms. Zerga had concerns on, it'll be on that page 5 or actually 6, what we get rid of. And, we have this on page 5, this priority, the council shall adopt rules to prioritize applications. And we've given 3, and then there was that other 4th one. We could also do an other category, right? We could go other as identified by prioritizations, as identified by the Wyoming Business Council, to give them some authority to put more parameters if they felt it was necessary to put this out. Would that be something we could do?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's entirely in your wheelhouse to determine how you want to prioritize these through this bill or delegate that to the Business Council.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bush, please join us. Thanks.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Perfect, thanks. And thanks for tolerating me. I feel like I've required a lot of your patience today, so thank you. I just wanted to quickly provide some comments on behalf of the Wyoming Medical Society. My name's Sheila Bush. I'm their executive director, and the Medical Society represents physicians and PAs in the state. And so first, just thank you and offering our deep appreciation for your attention on telehealth. The pandemic really did highlight the need for telehealth in Wyoming and kind of elevated its use. It is one of the critical tools in the physician toolbox in caring for people in Wyoming, especially when distance and sometimes weather can be a barrier. I did want to give you a little bit of just some more commentary on how telehealth and telemedicine is being used, specifically in ways that we don't always hear about as much. And I'll be really brief, but as Wyoming looks at our aging population, telehealth during the pandemic are physicians who work with the elderly and neurologists who work with oftentimes a population struggling with dementia. They learned that telemedicine is a really, really helpful tool, and they used it in a way that they didn't, prior to the pandemic, recognize or appreciate. And so it ranges from patients being able to have more frequent visits, Very important test results can be given to a patient sooner and more timely because they don't have to wait for that in-person appointment. Neurologists, for example, we have very few of them in Wyoming. A lot of them, if not most, have 2 to 3 month waiting lists. And so if they, they found that every week they can allocate some time to doing telehealth, they can have those frequent visits with patients. Also with elderly and demented, you have transportation issues that telehealth was helping them address. And you have family support units that aren't always in the same location who are really important in decision-making processes. And so telehealth has enabled physicians to get more members of the family into one virtual visit and have a family discussion about some important decisions for those patients. And so those are some ways that telehealth is really being used. And I think prior to the pandemic, maybe they didn't recognize that it could have that kind of utilization. Specific to the bill, WMS again is very supportive and appreciates it. I did have one concern or a question, I guess. The $1 million grant to the Department of Health. It seems very narrow in that it is for equipment, and a little bit of experience. The Department of Health had some remote patient monitoring devices. I think they had 750 of them. The Medical Society did our best to help get those into the clinics across Wyoming. The hard thing is a piece of equipment without the support and the outreach, both on the patient side and the clinic side, ends up sometimes collecting dust on a shelf. And so I think it's really important for all of us to be mindful that that equipment is a key component, but the equipment by itself without some staff support or outreach, public outreach, patient education, provider support in training and education can sometimes look like wasted money. I know that we've had a few providers have to give those remote monitoring devices back to the Department of Health because they weren't able to really implement them or use them the way that they can be. They have amazing capacity. They have so much potential to do a lot of really great things, including patient accountability and investment in their own health. Things like blood cuff monitors and pulse oximeters, all of those things are critical, but they only help if the team is all working together and everybody knows how to use them and how to really integrate them into their practice. And so I guess our request would be for some conversation around whether or not that definition or the scope of that grant to the Department of Health for healthcare providers, if there's any merit in broadening that to allow for more than just equipment, but also support that would need to go along with that equipment, as well as some public education, patient outreach around the utilization of telehealth. And with that, I would stand for questions. And again, I appreciate you letting me talk. Thanks.
No problem. So Ms. Bush, I think it's pretty easy on the outreach and public education. That's pretty well defined. I think that would be easy to define. But when you say support, that's like, support is like the whole world, right? So do you have some specific ideas, or maybe we just leave it to the Department of Health to further define that? But I need to know a little more detail about what support means and how we could craft that into legislation.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, another thought that we had was whether or not this lives most appropriately with the Department of Health, or whether this grant could be taken through the Telehealth Consortium. And so when you talk about support, the Telehealth Consortium has so much specificity and unique focus in telehealth. They may have really good ideas. What comes to mind for support for me is maybe, one part-time position or full-time position, whether that's inside ideally, I think within the consortium, that could do in-person, sort of onboarding, if you will, with a clinic. And so if it's a rural clinic, just having someone who can physically be present there to say, here's your devices, this is what it looks like, here are the flyers you give your patient, here's what the visit looks like. I guess that's what I mean by support. And I don't know if that fits, within the 1 million, or if that would have to be a separate allocation of a position within the telehealth consortium. I just know that, physician clinics are very busy. And so sometimes what we hear is, it's all great, Sheila, we love telehealth. I don't have one more minute in my day to stop what I'm doing and try and figure out a completely new system. And they need to come our direction on that, I understand, but also anything we can do to come their direction so they're not individually all trying to figure out a new system by themselves. And I think if that is one person who can be present, who can help with some of that onboarding, but I would defer a lot to the consortium. They have a great deal of expertise in this and could provide a lot of guidance.
So so Ms. Bush, the consortium is not a governmental entity, is it?
They're through the University of Wyoming, and I know they're in partnership with the Department of Health, but I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know if they are considered a government entity.
Representative Yen or Ms. Hardesty? I'll go with Rep Yen first.
Well, Ms. Hardesty can probably go into more depth, but it is a statutory group that is defined in Wyoming statute. So I don't know if you could call it a government entity. I would say yes, but maybe Ms. Hardesty can elucidate more.
Ms. Hardesty, what do you know about this?
Yeah, Chairman. So, I think there are many different ways to go, right? The consortium is, legislatively mandated and actually used to be able to receive funds, tobacco settlement dollars, actually to really support telehealth initiatives. And then the consortium actually was able to then allocate, additional funds that we braided then together with the University of Wyoming, telehealth network. So I think there's lots of different mechanisms, right? Whether it goes to the consortium, which, individuals would be able to, that committee and steering committee could help guide, guide these grants and grant rules, I think as the bill calls the Department of Health to do, or then through the University of Wyoming, the Wyoming Telehealth Network, who could then do something similar and provide support. And again, as Sheila mentioned, I think there are many different opportunities to consider, a pot of money that went to the consortium for the purposes of this kind of large, more grants. And then other, even similar to the last conversation of the council, then having another staff member to really be in clinics to, then implement that. So a lot more description than actually what the consortium is, but hopefully that provides, that larger perspective of the different purposes and opportunities with larger telehealth, initiatives.
Thank you. Senator Schuler?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I went back over, and thanks, Ms. Bush, for your testimony. I went back over section 3. I'm wondering if maybe just adding the word after providing telehealth services on line 4, if you added and support to Wyoming residents, if that would take care of the issue with the narrow focus that you're worried about. I don't know if it would or it wouldn't, but I do kind of wonder about particularly our senior citizens, how they, I'm glad to hear that they're doing well with it, because that's a concern I would have, is that them not being able to navigate that system very well. So what do you think about that in terms of just adding that term? Either one.
Mr. Chairman. Thanks. I can't see anyone, so I don't know if I've been recognized or I'm following the rules right. Yeah, I think so. I think support is a great word, except for the fact that it even Chairman Summers, it's so vague. So sometimes that can be really helpful in statute, that you don't have a lot of specificity. Sometimes it can cause heartburn. And I would hate to put any language in that would stop the bill. We're very supportive and appreciate any support that would come of this effort. I also think that public outreach and patient education is a critical component. It takes more than just bringing the providers along. It takes both. It takes comfort across the spectrum. And so I think that's a really helpful change. If it could say support and outreach, that might be even better. We're really open to anything. My fear is that I don't want to do anything that in hindsight, when we look back, we say, well, if we had just put this other piece with it, maybe it could have had more success. And I think that equipment or devices without that critical aspect of someone there to say, this is how you use it, this is what you do, this is what it looks like when the battery runs out, right? Little things. But any of those points of frustration, anytime you're introducing something new, I think are quick ways for people to say, well, I just can't do it. We're just going to go back to whatever. And I would hate for any of those things that we can mitigate in advance for those to be barriers to this really seeing the success that I think it can have, especially in our state.
Thank you. Any other questions of Ms. Bush? Not, thank you, Sheila.
Thanks so much.
You bet. Liz, I think you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Liz Zerga, Wyoming Telecommunications Association again. I only have a comment. It's regarding your removing or the suggested removal of the language on page 6. And I'll tell you that, you know, the purpose of that language was to have somewhere in place with respect to these wireless internet access points that this limited amount of government money wouldn't be used to overbuild an existing quality wireless internet access point. And so when I went back to, assuming those are removed, when I went back to subsection B, it only requires demonstration of one or more of the following. So any one of those is sufficient for funding. So what I wanted to reintroduce and see if you would consider an amendment is on line 6 on page 5, where the word boundaries. What I would ask that you consider adding is where no quality wireless access points exist. So in other words, the purpose of this is to put in wireless access points, government wireless access points, and the priority is one of those 3. You have to show one of those 3. But there's currently no provision that says, hey, if there's already a quality wireless access point there put out by a private provider, why would we use government money to put in another one right there? So that's the concept. And you know, page 6 was maybe not as artful or as succinct, but that was the idea. So that's what I would ask that you consider. And that's my only comment on the bill. Otherwise, we're fine.
Thank you. Rep. Rhiannon, please. Questions of Ms. Zerga.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Zerga, so if we put this as a hard and fast requirement for any sort of grant, I'm just confused. Maybe, like, I would understand for like a smaller district where they could know for sure that no wireless access point exists. But I think for a larger district, it would be very difficult to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there is no quality wireless in the area. How would a district be able to put in their application for sure that no quality wireless internet exists in that district?
And Ms. Zerga, and I'd take it one step further, you know, boundary of the city of Cheyenne. Are you going to say you can't have one within the boundary of the city of Cheyenne?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yin, not the intent. In other words, wireless access points have kind of a limited reach. In other words, when you put in a wireless access point at a school or at a Starbucks or at a public library, it only reaches so far. It doesn't reach across a city or anything like that usually. That would be a big problem if it did that. But it's usually quite limited in the reach that it provides. And so what we're saying is if, and I'll take as an example, a cafe has a wireless access point. They're paying a private carrier for that. It's part of their business to say, come in and get a cup of coffee and use our wireless access point. And it's a selling point for them. To put a wireless access point next door doesn't make a lot of sense using government money. And so that's the idea is, hey, we're not opposed to using government money for wireless access points where there isn't one right there, but let's not overbuild right on top of another one. Does that make sense?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Please go ahead.
Ms. Zerga, so, okay, so then I think then we need a little bit of additional language because you're talking about where, similar to the language on line 22 and 23, you're looking to not have overlap between the proposed area for the project and where an internet access point already exists. For example, if for some reason the Jackson Town Square had, there's a coffee shop nearby that has free internet, and you don't want to put, you don't want the town to put wireless internet in the town square where it overlaps with it. But if the town wanted to put it somewhere else in town that's very far away from the coffee shop, they should still be allowed to do that. Am I right? Okay, so then we probably want to make sure that if we add this language, we want to make sure it also says where no quality access points exist within the proposed area rather than within the entire entity's boundaries. Because if you say within the entire entity's boundaries, and you're saying no project can exist if there's one coffee shop in that entity's boundary that has an access point.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yin, exactly. It's the project area, not the entity area. That's the intent.
And I think we can, we can make another, we can either do it where Ms. Zerga suggested, we could make it another Romanet, and it basically where there's overlap, we just have to design the verbiage. You're not going to, you're going to prioritize where there's no overlap. And I think I would even suggest that we allow the business council to refine these rules. We have some, but maybe we have an other, and then they can kind of refine in a longer process as well. Ms. Zerga, any other comments?
No, Mr. Chairman, that's it. Thank you very much.
Any other questions of Ms. Zerga? Nope. Perfect. All right, thank you. Any other public comment? Nope.
Mr. Chairman, I don't see anyone else raising their hand.
Okay, committee, I think we'll take up the bill. Does anybody want to move the bill and then we'll work through it? Ms. Schuler or Senator Schuler?
Move the bill, please.
Second by Senator Cost. And so what I'm going to do is go through this page by page. And when we hit a spot that we want to visit about, or where I've seen I think we should visit about, let's do so. I'm going to go to page 2. So we have page 1. I'm going to go to page 2. And I'm going to ask Ms. Hardesty. I'm sure she has looked at the definition for healthcare provider. And does she think that, we have probably constraints as well, but do you think that adequately covers what you think we would need to hit?
Yeah, I mean, it's consistent with other definitions across other bills. So I think it makes a lot of sense. I appreciate that the language includes licensed, certified, or otherwise authorized instead of only licensed. So.
Okay, thank you. So let's move on to page 3.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fuller.
Yes, before you move on, I don't know if the task force, in light of your earlier comment about the use of the state relief funds, the simplest approach would be to amend that definition in lines 1 to 6 to include section 602.
I think that's a good idea. Would anybody like to make that motion? Rep Yin makes it, Ms. Sessions seconds. All those in favor of expanding that to the big pot, signify by raising your hand. Okay, motion passes. So we have that amendment. And thank you, Brian. We got page 3. Page 4. Page 5. So we have a number of dollars here, and per grant to a local, per grant per local governmental entity. And I know it's really unscientific, but basically, if you take 8 million and you figure you have 100 municipalities in the state of Wyoming, that means that you can have about $80,000 a grant, and that would get it one in each community if somebody applies. So I wonder if what you all think of 80,000. I don't know that we have any idea of what one of these points would cost. I know the router itself is $400 to $600. The last time I had any inkling of that. Ms. Sessions, you might know what a company would typically charge. Let's say if I wanted to buy a 5-year contract, I had my little grass-fed meat business, and I had a building, and I wanted to put in a community Wi-Fi with a router, and I wanted to get a 5-year contract out of you. What would that kind of run me?
Obviously, the answer, thank you, Mr. Chairman, is it depends on what kind of plan you were getting, but roughly nowhere close to 80,000. Obviously, you're right. Access points are fairly inexpensive. The router, if we're just looking at the services, for 150 a month, roughly, you're 9,000, 10,000. So I think 20,000 would be more than sufficient.
Perfect. I think Ms. Sessions may make that motion. Would you make that motion?
Yes, I will.
All right. Is there a second on 20,000? Second by Schuler, Senator Schuler. All those in favor, raise your hand. I think that's good. I think that's a good number. It's not limiting to one community, but it's kind of limiting the amount of the grant to what's probably a more reasonable number. And so then as we roll down into section B, so subsection B, we obviously heard Ms. Zerga's suggestion that it's the hard and fast on page 5 around line 6, where you could do something like where no community wireless access overlaps, or we can put it down in the bottom, which is more my suggestion, that it's part of the prioritization. And so I'm going to kind of go around the group and see what we think about this issue. And for example, on Romanet 3, Mr. Fuller had in one of the staff comments, what is quality? And I think like in Romanet 3, you could have where no community wireless internet exists within the applicant's proposed project area. You could have in there a Romanet 4, where no community wireless access overlaps with and or where a project would not overlap with another community wireless. That's almost the same as Romanet 3. So what are your all thoughts? Rep Yin, where are you at on all of this?
Mr. Chairman, thanks. Yeah, I think it'd be fine for us to let quality be defined by rulemaking. I do think that at the very least, we want this to be available for things like telehealth. So it needs to be enough of a connection that it could support video streaming synchronously, right? So that you could receive video and send video and you wouldn't be cutting out all the time. I would say I'm perfectly fine with it being in the priority list. I don't think that there are going to be many situations where you're going to be overlapping with another entity's wireless internet. But I'm open to hear what the rest of the committee has. And for example, if you want to have a telehealth conversation, sometimes having it in a coffee shop is also not the best place to have it either.
Ms. Sessions? Thoughts?
Chairman. Yeah, I completely understand the request. I think to be responsible with public funds, using state money to overbuild an already wireless access point network. I would agree that we should put some limitations around that.
Okay. Lauren, what do you think?
I agree that there should be some limitations placed around that, and I am okay with that being set up in rulemaking. I think that the Ryan is very well set up to be able to help push that through in a proper way and ensure that we're not being too inclusive, but that we're also allowing some flexibility. As Representative Ian said, sometimes those places aren't the best place to have conversations around healthcare, and so we want to. It's a fine line.
Gotcha. Anybody else? Senator Furphy, Senator Koss, Senator Schuler, any thoughts? Senator Furphy.
I think, Mr. Chairman, that as it is written, let the council develop the rules. Makes sense to me.
Senator Schuler.
Yeah, I would reiterate pretty much the same thing that everybody else has said. It's government money, and so we've got to be careful. And really, all we're doing is adopting rules to prioritize these applications. But I do like the fact. In fact, I like the fourth one that you added on there. I think that might not be a bad addition as well. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. So there's two ways to do this. I see. We can make it a fourth, which is, and so I'll bring Brian in. We can make a Romanet 4, which is a significant number. Let's see how it would go. It would go prioritize applications that demonstrate, and number 4 could be demonstrate that the project has no community wireless overlap with existing, so that we could do it as a priority. Or we could have a separate, a subsection C or D or whatever the heck it may be. And we could just say that the council shall promulgate rules that ensures that no overlap exists. So one is, prioritized, and the other is that you should not have any, that no overlap, no known overlap exists. Senator Cost.
That kind of concerns me. You can get in the middle of a town and you can have 4 motels that are all going to overlap. I mean, to say you can't have any known overlaps or anything, I think becomes real problematic. Right now, where I'm located, we had to go to wireless, and the tower is 8 miles away. And so there's bound to be some overlap with others there. I don't know. I just think we might be creating a situation that's very difficult there.
I think in the end, and thank you, Senator, I think in the end, we'd have to define a community wireless access. What is community? Community is where you can walk in and do it. In a hotel, you can't walk in. You're given you're given some code, and it's in your room, and and all that. This is like a coffee shop that would allow somebody to come in and sit down and pick up Wi-Fi. And I think it maybe would be best under the priority piece, because then it would allow, it'll give the business council some room to work there. But any thoughts? Lauren? Please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I agree with it being under the priority, and I think that it gives the business council room to really evaluate where that can best be worded out and vetted.
Okay, Ms. Hardesty?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also like to, I appreciate the distinction of priority. I think it allows obviously the business council to have those discussions, but also communities to be involved in the discussion about what might this look like best for their community, right? Maybe having a telehealth appointment in the parking lot of your coffee shop might be better than actually going into a library, because you might know the librarian, or so I think that consideration for how individuals access those access points, I hope is also left, and the business council supports that the communities are having conversations about that as well, instead of looking at a map and saying, nope, we're not going to put it here because we think that this area is covered. So appreciate that conversation, but definitely am in support of the priority category.
Okay, thank you. So let's get down to the nuts and bolts of this. I would make a recommendation on Romanet 3. Instead of quality, we go that no community wireless internet exists within the applicant's proposed area. And I think we need to define community. And I'm gonna have help on this, but basically a community access point is something where the public has the ability to access that without having to pay for it. In other words, you go into a coffee shop, you can sit down, they're not going to kick you out, and you can pick up Wi-Fi. But if you're going into some entity that's going to charge you for that, I wouldn't consider it community. Is that, Barbara, can you help me at all here?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's kind of where I was going. It's got to be an open network for public use at no cost.
There we go. I like that. And then the Romanet 4 is, I think, goes back to this overlap to prioritize those projects that do not have overlap with existing. So do not have overlap with existing community wireless. Does that make sense, Brian? Does that kind of flow? Are you guys, so somebody would need to make those motions if they think they're good or not.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Schoenfeld.
I so move as presented.
Second by Senator Schuler. And so does that make sense? That's Romanet 3. We go from quality to community. We have a definition and definition section for community that will be what, Brian? What do you kind of have down for that community definition?
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I guess, with, I guess open to a little bit of wiggle room, but, community wireless internet access would mean internet access through an open network for public use at no cost to the user.
Perfect. And obviously that'll be in a definition section probably, and not in this section. And then we would have a Romanet 4, and that Romanet 4, Brian, you got any language for me?
I'll give it a shot. That the proposed project will not result in overbuild with existing community wireless internet access points.
Let's go overlap.
Okay.
Yeah, overlap of existing community wireless. Is that, Ms. Sessions, does that work?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian, would you mind reading that definition one more time? Did you add the term open access or is it just open?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Sessions, going back to the definition of community wireless, or yeah,
Yes.
so community wireless internet access would be internet access through an open network for public use at no cost to the user.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian, I just wanted to make sure we didn't add the word open access because that has a different definition.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, so the term open network is okay, but not open access network.
And 4, we're good with 4. So it's been moved and seconded. Is the mover and the seconder still good with that? All right, sounds good. So all those in favor of those amendments, raise your hand. Motion carries. And so if we go on to page 6, the recommendation of the group and me was to eliminate the old Romanet 4. So is there a motion to do that?
So moved.
So moved by Yin, second by Cost. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. Section 3. And so section 3 is going to get a little dicier, and I'm going to talk about what I think might work here. I do like it remaining with the Department of Health. They have a structure. They are an entity, an agency that is, I would not give the grant, the ability to give out grants to that consortium. But what I was wondering if we could put in here, just as just a thought I had, to purchase and use telehealth equipment to provide telehealth services. I think we could go and then comma, or however you want to do it, to do public outreach and education. So grants for public outreach and education. And then also grants to, I would say grants for technical support for, what's the name of that consortium? Ms. Hardesty.
So the consortium is the telehealth consortium. There's another network that's like a separate program. So I think that's where the confusion lies. So the consortium can accept money and grant funding. So if you wanted that to say the Department of Health would grant funding to the consortium, that the consortium could then, grant to other entities, maybe that is, medical society or some other entity. I think that's one way, but the consortium is, an entity that can accept and receive funds.
And my question to you is, so what I heard was a need for, technical support to get people up and running. Would that technical support exist in the consortium, or would it exist elsewhere?
It would exist elsewhere in other community programs or.
Yeah, I think the way to do it, in my opinion, would be to grant money to for some technical support to the consortium. And then obviously if they have some sub grants or something, that's different. But and I think we allow obviously we would allow the Department of Health to write rules and regulations on this. I think we have that right now, don't we, Brian, somewhere?
Mr. Chairman, the way this is, I'll go to page 9. The way this is structured right now, it's actually based on Senate File 118, and it would have the governor promulgating all the rules for these grant programs. Certainly that would be, a discussion for the task force to consider once we get to that point, if that should remain that way in light of the discussion.
Perfect. So I guess thoughts from the committee on kind of what I outlined. We would have it for for, I guess for equipment. And then there would be grants that would be awarded for public outreach and education. And then grants that could be awarded to that consortium for technical support. What we're not going to pay for, and maybe we have to just say this, is we're not going to pay for, an internet service, I guess. If we're going to do that, we need to say that. Thoughts from you guys? First, Ms. Hardesty, and then go around the circle, and then we'll see if we get a motion on anything. Ms. Hardesty.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just thinking based off of what you said. So you're saying two separate entities, right? Or two separate pots, one for outreach and education and one for technical support. So when we talk about technical, that would be the technology and the equipment. And maybe that's how potentially it could be clarified. It could be, telehealth equipment distribution, because we do want to have, I think, one pot of funds that actually does help, via a grant for entities to apply for technology. But then also, as Sheila mentioned, that additional pot for, I think, outreach, education, engagement does fall in line with that kind of assistance, technical. It sounds funny because it's not technology related. So maybe I just wonder if splitting it out that way, right? One is granting for the technology and one is granting for outreach and engagement and assistance.
I think it'd be one pot of money, but each of these things could be accessing that pot of money.
Perfect. Thanks for helping me understand.
Any thoughts, you guys? Senator Schuler, any thoughts? Hate to put you on the spot, but
No, actually, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to, add an amendment with outreach. You just kind of jumped the gun and got a better one than I would have added by adding the public outreach and education. And I think that's a good catch. And what I'm wondering about is then do you want to have another sentence that says that grants could be awarded to the telehealth consortium? Would that be cleaner than just the one amendment that you added? I'm not sure.
Ms. Schuler, if you make your first one on public outreach and education, then maybe we can dispense with that and then talk a little more about the other.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I would make an amendment on section 3, line 4, that we add the word after services to provide telehealth services and public outreach and education.
Second by Cost. All those in favor, raise your hand. So Barbara, are you good with that or bad with that?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe just some discussion. We're getting pretty broad in the language, and so I'm just curious if we wanted to narrow it down a little bit to equipment, education, public outreach, and technical support.
So the motion right now was just to add in grants could be awarded for telehealth. It would be like public outreach and education related to telehealth.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be the motion that's on the table, just that piece of it now.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Is everybody good? Again, let's raise your hand. All in favor? Still good. All right. So Brian, does that make sense? Okay. Now on the technical support issue. One, Ms. Hardesty, I'm going to come back to you. What do we actually need? Do we want to name the consortium? If you name the consortium, then they're the only ones that get the grant, but they're also kind of a governmental entity and we can grant money to them, right? I guess they're a quasi or something, so perhaps we can grant money to them. This is the ARPA money, so it doesn't matter. We can do what we want. So go ahead. Ms. Hardesty, what do you want to do?
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense to be able to grant funds to the consortium to then allocate to, I mean, there's no employee of the consortium, but to allocate funding to the consortium, that then can, determine, the strategies and those pieces, I think makes a lot of sense. The consortium is made up of a very diverse, set of individuals, from private industry to healthcare providers, to kind of social service organizations. So I think that would provide the biggest bang for your buck and opportunity to really expand that reach of telehealth implementation. So I would support that addition.
Yeah. So Ms. Hardesty, my challenge is it's too open-ended. And so, so we got outreach and education, and we got telehealth equipment. So think of the thing that we want to provide. The consortium can then be one of the applicants for the thing. But is the thing technical support? If the thing's technical support, that's, I think, fairly simple, right? That's somebody that can help with the technical issues of getting this out into the areas.
Mr. Chairman, so maybe it's technology support. Not
technical technology support. I'm good either way. Barbara, Mike, Rep Yin, you guys got any thoughts? This session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Yeah, I guess maybe that's where my comment was coming from earlier, is just making sure that there's nothing in there that's undefined. Technical support versus technology support, I think has some different connotations, at least in our industry. So maybe if I could get some clarification on that.
Ms. Hardesty? Well, first of all, Ms. Session, what are the differences? So, and tell us what the differences are between technical support and technology support.
Mr. Chairman, so technical support would be support for existing equipment in our customers' homes. Technology support could be, I think, drawn out to say, do you need help purchasing a tablet? So just maybe a clarification on definition.
Ms. Hardesty?
Chairman Summers, I think you're right. Barbara, it's about technical support in general, because we would hate to say, we would only do existing support, but if there's equipment dollars. So I do think it is probably technical support. That's a good distinction to make. And
Ms. Hardesty, please.
Mr. Chairman, and I would, say additionally, within the field of healthcare service delivery, technical support has exactly that same definition, Barbara, that you mentioned about technical support versus technology support. So.
And Brian, I assume that if we put technical support down, that's something that whatever agency we give this to and rules and regulations would likely have to define that term. And then that there would be the opportunity for public back and forth at that time. Is that fair?
I think that's fair, Mr. Chairman.
So is there a motion to add in technical support? Moved by Ms. Sessions, second by Cost. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman, sorry to interject. I just want to make sure I understand this, because there's a couple of different thoughts that were discussed. This would be the Wyoming Department of Health awarding grants for technical support to healthcare providers, or only to this consortium for technical support?
To healthcare providers. Now, just a minute. I need to back up on that, because Ms. Hardesty, if you're trying to do technical support, it's not for the healthcare provider. Who's it for?
Well, Chairman Summers, Brian, can you repeat your question to make sure I understand?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Hardesty, sure thing. My question is, there was discussion, and I wasn't quite sure where this landed, or how this concept, if it's included, is included. At one point I thought it was mentioned that the grants would go to the telehealth consortium for the consortium to provide technical support versus, I think the other concept I heard was just the Department of Health giving grants to healthcare providers for those healthcare providers to seek technical support for using whatever telehealth equipment or providing or purchasing telehealth equipment. I just want to make sure I have, whatever the task force decides, that I have a clear understanding of what that is so I can appropriately draft.
So Ms. Hardesty, if you look at our, on section 3, it says for grants to healthcare providers to purchase and use telehealth equipment to provide telehealth services. Healthcare providers is a fairly broad term. Does it include the consortium? That would be my question to you, the way it's written.
Chairman Summers, it does not.
So the people that would provide outreach and public education, though, certainly healthcare providers would be some of the ones that would want to be doing that outreach and public education, correct?
Yeah, correct. They could be one piece. It also could be, programs or other associations whose charge is to do education and outreach. So if we use healthcare provider, that would exclude larger organization who do, education.
So I think we bifurcate this.
Yeah.
And we do one sentence that's just the equipment to healthcare providers.
Mm-hmm.
And then we do another sentence that is grants for outreach and public education and technical support. And then the specifics will be done by the Department of Health. Does that make sense? Ms. Hardesty?
Yeah, Chairman Summers, I think that aligns with my thinking and even the testimony that was provided. So thanks for clarifying that.
So let's back up on let's clarify let's do an amendment, I guess, to the amendment, or however you want to do it. We'll go, so we have one sentence. The sentence that's there is fine. So we need to have a second sentence that says these grants can be used for public outreach and education and technical support for telehealth. Is that sound good to everybody? And if it does, is there anybody willing to make that motion? Ms. Sessions, you want to make that motion, and Senator Cost will second it. Now, all those in favor signify by saying aye, or hand, used to that. Perfect. Brian, thank you. I think that helps, huh? Okay. Now we go on to section 4. We have the 8 million.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, based on, the amendment from last time, the task force may want to consider whether there should be a maximum amount for this grant program. I think that was in language that was provided to the task force and included in this version. It's on page 7, lines 5 to 7.
And committee, my suggestion is we're limiting the total amount to $1 million. I think we allow the agency to determine the amount each grant provided under this section shall not exceed what the Department of Health determines in rulemaking. Does that sound reasonable? And then we let their expertise kind of look into these various issues and see what might constitute a worthwhile grant. I think Senator Cost made that motion. Seconded by Rep. Yin. All those in favor, raise your hand. Perfect. All right, now we're on to section 4. And this is where we do the money. And we've already kind of said that we're going to add in both pots of money, and that will be conforming in these sections. The biggest question, I think, in A and B is, are we good with the money? 8 million for for the community Wi-Fi and 1 million for the telehealth. Ms. Hardesty, not knowing the level of support given to telehealth in the federal government grants that are coming out, is $1 million, does that work pretty good, or is that underfunding it? What do you think?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I think it's a good place to start. I think, again, the outreach and the education is really important because there are other, additional federal dollars for individuals to provide equipment. So it'll be interesting to see the guidance from the Department of Health. But I think that's a pretty, reasonable, place to start.
Perfect. Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'd say that the $1 million for the grants is it will be used for things that tend to be more labor intensive, right? So public outreach, education, and that tends to be costlier than equipment. So I think I would like to see this upped a little bit. Fine with 2 million. And given the idea that for the 8 million, I'd be fine with even just moving 1 million over from the 8 million to make that a 2 million.
Is that a motion from Representative Yin?
I'll make that a motion.
So it's a motion on 7 and 8 to go from 8 and 1 to 7 and 2, and that's seconded by Senator Schuler. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. Brian, do we have page 9, line 10, subsection E. I really think the first one, we give the rulemaking should be the Wyoming Business Council. And the second one, the rulemaking should be the Department of Health. The governor's got enough to do without doing the rulemaking. He's going to assign it anyway. Is that a motion? Anybody want to make that? Senator Schuler will, Senator Koss seconds. Any problems do you see with that, Brian?
Mr. Chairman, I think the only thing is, it's slightly inconsistent with Senate File 118, but, given these are two separate programs, I don't see any reason why the task force could direct the rulemaking as just moved.
Perfect. All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. And obviously we have a deadline, an end of on this because it's 2024 to meet the ARPA expenditure. And with that, anybody want to discuss or call question on the bill? Question having been called.
Question.
All those in favor of moving this bill along, raise your hand. Perfect. And me and co-chair Furphy will work with Brian and figure out a home for this. It might end up being in the health committee, might be blockchain and technology. I don't know where we might end up, but how many members do we have in here on blockchain technology? 2. That might be, how many on health? 1. Okay, very good. It's good if we send it to a committee that has some advocacy and has some knowledge of how the bill was brought and talked about. This is the only reason I asked. So we'll discuss that where it goes later. And so really that leads to number 5, and that is committee discussion. I think we have one recommendation, right? And we've got 2 bill drafts. And so that's kind of where we're at it, right, Brian?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, 3 bill drafts. So if the task force would recall, you did move forward. I believe it was 26. I don't know the exact number. Move forward a bill draft for the kind of second round of that Connect Wyoming funding. So that bill draft is also kind of in play for the task force to submit or forward to another committee. So there would be 3 in total.
You know, and Brian, I look back at what we might have forgot in the 104 and the 140 bill, whatever that first one was, 140. And I know you had mentioned this. So have we covered the supply chain thing? I think probably the business council and Ryan have the ability, perhaps in statute. Is that what you thought?
Yeah, you know, Mr. Chairman, I think this may have been a point where you had cut out briefly, but not, I think it's 912-104 allows, and this is just broadly the business council's powers and duties. They can render assistance and provide services to local governmental entities and economic development organizations and private entities for providing services or facilities for economic development in Wyoming. You know, I think it would be a question whether that language is broad enough to capture something like, you know, what has been discussed in terms of a bulk purchase, but that language is an existing statute already.
You know, 2 things we can do. We can go back and revisit, you know, I mean, obviously 140 is not a finished product. We could stick it in there in statute, or we could make a recommendation to the business council that they use existing authority. But if they don't have that authority, you know, maybe what we could do is make a recommendation to the business council to examine whether they have the authority to do bulk purchasing in the manner that was suggested. And if they do not, then to report back to us individually as legislators. And then if we need to, we can add that into the bill if we get it in front of a committee as an amendment. So is that a recommendation that you all would think is worthwhile? The session. So let's, is that something you can, is there anybody opposed to that recommendation? So the recommendation would be to ask the business council if they believe they have authority for bulk purchasing of fiber with you, and it's in the manner that Liz Zerga suggested, which is that the private entity will put up the money, make the order, do all of that. All the agency would be doing would be to facilitate a group. It's not really a bulk purchase, it's really a group purchase of fiber. Okay, that'll be a recommendation out of us. You know, and it seems to me, Brian, that there was something we forgot in that bill that you said at the beginning that we had forgot, and then I forgot that, and I'm not sure we ever got it in there, but I don't.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I think you took care of that. It was in regards to just the general, to using funds for mapping. And I think the task force took care of that by appropriating the earnings from the sub-account and then specifically designating portions of those for the, you know, the just mapping broadly, and then also mapping for the underground facilities within the public rights of way.
And I think as that bill gets developed, you know, what we didn't get into on the mapping, even though we did it in the broad terms, which is fine, is we do want to see, and maybe that's going to be in the 100,000, because we do want to see what broadband infrastructure we have in public roads. We talked about getting that map to ensure we have that public rights of way, or however you want to put it. Maybe the public rights of way piece, because they are underground, is going to get to that. Brian or Barbara, what do you think? Or do you think we ought to think about and a little addition? It's really not much, just a tweak in that money that says including to ensure that we map fiber in public rights of way. Barbara, what do you think?
Mr. Chairman, I think that the language may already cover that if you're doing all facilities in public rights of way. I would assume that would be included, but Brian, I'll defer to you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I took what I wrote down for these two, motions and directives was that the 200,000 was for specifically mapping conduits and establishing. I mean, it was just more of a global pot of money for mapping, but I had specific reference to mapping conduits and mapping broadband access. I had those two items, and then the 100,000 that was added was for the mapping of the underground facilities specifically within the public rights of way.
Ms. Sessions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian, I'm wondering about the use of conduits. I don't know that there's any direct buried facilities in the public rights of way, but I would assume there may be some older stuff that is not in conduit. So if you need to broaden that terminology, you might want to consider that.
Conduit or fiber, because there was some direct burials in my area by all accounts from what people have told me. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we could just say, mapping broadband infrastructure. And that would be even broader.
Perfect. That'd be great. Thank you. Is there anything else that for the good of the order that the committee wants to bring up, or things that we may, this is our last meeting, but as we move forward, we may be reinstituted in another interim. You never know. And is there things that we want to get done or see or comments? I think this would be a great time for any member of the group here that would like to comment about broadband in general, or where we need to move, or and I'm going to put Barbara on the spot and ask her first that question.
Mr. Chairman, I am very appreciative of the opportunity to serve on this task force, and I do think we have really made progress in expansion of broadband in Wyoming. At this time, I don't believe there's any other suggestions that I have.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Barbara, let me ask you, I continue to have conversations with individuals that I raised last time about kids in low-income neighborhoods and them having access to internet. Do you know what's been done in that area since we last discussed?
Ms. Sessions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Murphy. There is currently a federal program called the Emergency Broadband Benefit Program that will help facilitate individuals in low-income situations and offset what they're paying for their broadband connection. There's also lifeline programs that are available. So there are a couple of different federal programs. I think it'll continue to be a topic of conversation as we move into grants and different things, and how we control the pricing around the internet rate plans.
And it's my hope, if we're going to do, even though it's in the telehealth area, if we're going to do public health, public outreach and education, one of those pieces in telehealth will be to reach out to people and tell them that there's programs out there to get you money to be to have broadband. That doesn't answer the question of, do they have the money to have the computer or the laptop or the tablet? But in Wyoming today, in schools, with the federal dollars that are available for connectivity, there's no reason that we haven't got every kid in Wyoming a tablet. But any other thing, Senator Cost, anything your way?
Not really. I was going to say that most of the financially challenged people have their iPhones or phones that are pretty much capable of doing just about everything that we can do on a computer. So I don't think they're as limited. I think we've got to look in the future as to what's the best mode for everybody to be working on as far as the challenges there. And I do think at some point on the consumer side, is there a need to look at the prices and say, where's that going and where's reasonable on that? Because I do know it's interesting. I'm paying for 7 and 3, and yet my relatives over in the Shell area who were able to get fiber from last year's work that we did are paying for 50 and 50 at a lower cost than I'm paying for 7 and 3 from the same company. So there's some inequities there that don't make a lot of sense. So
Agreed. Senator Schuler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to mention, I think we've really covered a lot of territory with this task force. I appreciate the folks from the private industry side of things. It's always good to have their take on things that are going on in their area that sometimes we overlook because we look at it from the government's point of view. So I think we've covered a lot of territory, and I appreciate the co-chairman and the work you guys have done, and everybody behind the scenes, and particularly Ryan Kudera, and just think we've done a pretty good job job well done.
Thank you. Ms. Hardesty, any thoughts from you?
Yeah, Chairman Summers, I mean, I think, in addition to what everybody else is saying, I do appreciate the opportunity to be here, and represent, hopefully, community voice and healthcare providers as we think about what those needs are for telehealth. And that not just for facilities and what that looks like from an infrastructure perspective, but bringing that individual, voice to the table. So thank you for that. I do hope as these conversations are, continuing, with larger, committees and within the state legislature that we do, keep that opportunity open to bring individuals back and have discussions. And I think just in general, as a community member, I hope, that if there are questions about areas of telehealth and patient education and outreach that come up in the larger sphere, hope that individuals might reach out. I'd love to be able to continue to inform from my, not just the seat I sit in, but more importantly, the individuals that I hopefully represent. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Schoenfeld, are you on?
I am. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. And so remember, Ms. Schoenfeld is, or was, or is, I can't remember, chairman of the advisory council. And so anything that we're missing, you've got to take up and lead the charge in your council, right?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. And I also wanted to mention that some of these discussions around low income, around telehealth, all of those are very hot topics as well with the council. And Ryan has done a wonderful job of being involved in both this and the council, as well as driving the force with all of the federal dollars that we've come into the state. And so I really, truly appreciate being able to be a part of this. I think we've covered a lot of ground. I appreciate the dedication from all the representatives and senators that are on this that have really pushed through our legislation. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schoenfeld. And Rep Yin, wrap us up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this task force, it has been great, and it's been good to have this collaboration between several different entities. I think that, a lot of the things that the task force is pushing forward is really just the beginning, and we still definitely have a lot to do to work on broadband in Wyoming. Hopefully, once we get a lot of the mapping done, we can move forward even faster. And I look forward to us continuing to work on broadband in the state. But I also appreciate being on this task force and doing the work that we have done so far. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I know Ms. Session understands this, but I don't think that we common people understand the amount of data that needs to be moved now and then needs to be moved 10 years from now. It is, I can't imagine being in Barbara's shoes, thinking about how she's going to have to move that data 10 years from now. And while we maybe can or can't afford 25.3 or 120 or whatever we're after, it's going to be incredible because everything's getting faster, more complicated, more online, and the amount of data is insurmountable almost for how we're going to have to deliver it back to the public. And so we have to stay engaged, and we have to keep up this fight to get everybody connected, because it's not going to slow down. Is it, Ms. Sessions?
Mr. Chairman, no. And in fact, we trend our data consumption month over month, and we have continued to see double-digit trends month over month, quarter over quarter. And so you're exactly right.
Yeah, it's incredible. Well, I really thank everybody here, and we just kind of got to keep, it's our job is really to bring to light to all the public and to the legislature the need for more broadband and the ideas that roam out there. So I want to thank everybody and thank Brian for his hard work. And so thank you. Take care. We'll end it.